Mo Xiaochuan's sword spirit attracted the attention of everyone, and they were all bewildered. However, as his body stabilized, the giant heaven-devouring spirit slowly retracted its fiendish appearance and gradually returned to its body. However, everyone from the sea race had a grave expression on their faces. They no longer dared to treat this person as trash. Guangxian said in a deep voice, "Xianxia, watch these human warriors." "Yes," Xianxia hurriedly replied. He was also shocked and vigilantly stared at these human cultivators in case they disturbed. Kuanemo Yunxiao sent a voice transmission to him. "Xiaochuan, how do you feel now? Can you sense the existence of the sword spirit?" Mo Xiaochuan raised his eyes and said, "I can vaguely sense that it's sleeping in the sword. I can also hear its breathing." Yunxiao was overjoyed. "You can feel it quietly and strengthen your connection with the sword spirit. When they are busy fighting, we'll suddenly break the net and seek a chance of survival," he said. "Isn't this inescapable net supposed to catch everything?" Mo Xiaochuan asked in surprise. "That should be the case," Yunxiao said, "but one of its corners has been broken by Zhuo Qingfan. Not only has its power been greatly reduced, but it has also been flawed. When Di makes his move, the sky will fall and the earth will shatter. That's when we leave." Mo Xiaochuan understood tacitly. He began to quietly perform concealment of spirit and qi, sensing each other with the sword spirit. Yunxiao, on the other hand, sent a voice transmission to everyone. All the human martialists' eyes lit up when they heard that there was still a chance of survival, and they began to perk up. Xianxia noticed the change in everyone and snorted. "What are you guys planning? Under this Lord's protection, you should obediently accept your fate. If you behave for now, perhaps you can live after killing the demon." Everyone snorted disdainfully, revealing a cold and contemptuous look. A warrior could be killed but not humiliated. Although no one wanted to die on the path of martial arts, how many people would fear death? Seeing everyone's expressions, Xianxia was instantly enraged and was about to teach them a lesson. All of a sudden, Shiyan's face changed. His stomach started to groan and expand. His hands quickly formed a seal, and a white mark appeared on his palm. His stomach continued to change shape, but he was still able to suppress it. However, his expression became extremely ugly. Di stood on the sea with his feet together. He suddenly pointed at the surface of the sea, and with a bang, a small fish was caught in his hand. He lifted the fish and asked teasingly, "What is this?" The crowd frowned, not knowing what he was up to. "Humph!" Guangxian snorted. Di smiled and said, "That's right. It's a small fry." He threw the small fish back into the sea and then flicked his fingers in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The surface of the sea exploded, and a large number of small fish were blasted out of the sea. He smiled and said, "What about these?" "Still a small fry," Guangxian said. Di laughed out loud and said, "A small fish was a small fish, and a group of small fish was still small fish. Do you think you're not small fish just because you're united?" "Damn it!" Guangxian's expression turned cold. It turned out that he had been set up and scolded by him. He said in a cold voice, "Do you think I'll let you leave alive today just because you have the upper hand in talking?" The dragon shadow behind him roared and circled in the air several times. Rays of golden light floated up, triggering the might of heaven and earth. "See the dragon in the field!" Guangxian shouted coldly as the huge dragon descended from the sky. The entire ocean trembled violently as the water retreated in all directions, revealing a huge vacuum that was several thousand meters wide. The heads of the 6 clans also formed hand seals with one hand, vigilantly guarding one side and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Diye's eyes flickered with purple light, emitting a demonic light. Although he spoke with contempt, he was extremely solemn in his heart. The 7 people in front of him were all top-notch experts of the current generation. If they had not fused with the Nihong body, he was afraid that he would not be able to defeat any of them. Even if he obtained a portion of the Rainbow Stone and the other 1/5 of his Devil Essence, the time was too short and it wasn't enough to completely turn it into his own. What he needed now was time. As long as he could find a place to quietly refine all his power, he would be able to dominate this era. At this moment, under the shadow of the dragon and the might of the heavens, Di did not dare to be careless. He made a hand seal with both hands, and a demonic seal condensed in front of him, which suddenly blasted toward the azure dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The devil seal was directly shattered, but the dragon shape was not destroyed, and it continued to fall. What? Di was taken aback and looked over in horror. The dragon was not formed by dragon breath, but a real body. His body trembled and he cried out, "An ancient true dragon?" However, that was obviously impossible. If he had a true dragon in his hands, who in the world could rival him? There must be something strange. Di didn't have time to think. He instantly transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. One of his arms held the Daqiao Fugong sword. An infinite golden light spread out and stabbed toward the green dragon. Bang! The golden light struck the dragon, and a huge power spread out. As the sea retreated, a vacuum of several thousand meters was revealed. Di was directly blasted into the bottom of the sea by the dragon shadow, smashing into the mud, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Humph! The demon master's body was nothing. Guangxian coldly snorted. In a flash, he appeared at the bottom of the sea. A ray of green light flew out from the bottomless pit and into his palm. He could vaguely see a small green dragon slowly swimming in his palm. The master of silver spirits suddenly shouted, "They're here!" Boom! The ground at the bottom of the sea instantly cracked open, and endless demonic chi surged up, turning into a giant spirit that glared at him. The giant spirit held the Bugong sword in its hand and directly slashed down from the sky. A ball of water elemental energy appeared in Guangxian's hand and turned into a lustrous mirror that was as hard as blunt steel. Bang! The water element mirror was shattered by the slash. Guangxian's expression did not change at all. He immediately grabbed with his 5 fingers and turned them into a dragon claw in the air. He grabbed the Daqiao Bugong sword and shouted, "Do it!" The masters of the 6 clans immediately understood and attacked. A colorful ribbon flew out of Lady Z's hand and spread out in the air. The sky was filled with the shadows of the ribbon, and it fell down, instantly binding Di Ye's giant spirit. She shouted and changed her hand seal. The colorful satin instantly turned into thorny rings and stabbed into Di Ye's body. Bang! 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 Aperture acupoints on Di Yema's body exploded continuously, and the whole ring of thorns tightened. Lady Z frowned, as if she was not satisfied with the effect. She waved her hands in front of her, and beams of purple light floated up. The ring of thorns also emitted runes, wrapping Di Yi up in an instant. A strange power surged in his demonic body. The force seemed to have touched Di Ye's sore spot, and he kept screaming in pain. However, the sword in his hand was tightly clenched by Guangxian's dragon claw, and he could not move at all. "A Dharma idol true body," Di Yi shouted angrily, and 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. The 2 heads behind him glared at him, and one of the arms made a strange seal. His demonic body surged with the ice fiend heart flame, and the strange power on the ring of thorns was instantly burned to nothing. Moreover, the thorns that had already pierced into his body also began to break out one by one. "What kind of fire is this?" Lady Z's expression changed. She hurriedly increased the power of the incantation seal, but it was still difficult to resist the burning of the ethereal fire, and the power was fading from her demonic body. "Boss, Show You, who was in the middle of the colorful clouds, shouted, "Water elemental energy." Guangxian raised his left hand and a stream of water elemental energy swirled in his palm. It immediately took the form of a dragon and roared as it flew into the sky. Di sneered and formed a seal with his hands. The ice fiend heart flame appeared, exuding an endless flame power. The water dragon hovered in the sky, not daring to go down. Show You raised his finger and pointed at his forehead, shooting out a golden light. The golden light turned into a golden rain in the sky and fell into the water dragon. Suddenly, The dragon roared and turned into a golden water dragon that rushed down. Di turned his hand and clapped. The ice fiend heart flame flew out directly to meet the golden water dragon. Boom! The entire dragon form exploded in an instant, turning into countless droplets of water that evaporated. A golden rain began to fall from the sky, and although that heart flame had become dim and uncertain, it still stood proudly in the wind and rain. Since you small fries are in a hurry to die, I'll send you to make dried fish. Die! Di shouted and pointed out a seal. The ice fiend heart flame in the air suddenly turned white, and the entire time and space seemed to freeze. Bang! The ice fiend heart flame exploded in the air, and the monstrous power of the flame burned in all directions. Although there was no fire shadow, everyone felt as if they were being roasted in the fire of the earth, and their skin cracked. Moreover, wherever the flames passed, everything would turn pale blue, as if time and space had frozen, and everything was still and lifeless. Suddenly, a clear sound rang out. The jade flute was like water in the rain, flowing into everyone's hearts. A cool feeling washed away the heat of the flames. The entire space rippled with the sound of the flute, becoming unstable and distorted. Even Di's body began to sway, as if it was going to split open at any moment. Bang! Finally, under the sound of the ocean flute, his entire demonic body collapsed, turning into countless traces of demonic chi that exploded in the air and scattered in all directions. Humph! No matter how powerful you are, you have to stay here today. The man on the throne snorted and slapped his right hand on the armrest. The sea and the sky shook. 2 black and white fish appeared in the sky, chasing each other and playing, forming a Tai Chi pattern. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. A Tai Chi pattern that gave birth to all things appeared under the sky. A mystical world spread out, enveloping the demonic chi within, making it impossible to escape. The expert on the throne snorted heavily and formed an incantation gesture with both hands. The Tai Chi illustration of all creation suddenly emitted 10,000 rays of light and rapidly shrank, condensing into the size of a millstone. The monstrous demonic flames that were trapped below were also compressed into a ball and rampaged inside, trying to break out of the diagram but failing repeatedly. The demonic flame kept forming the appearance of Di, which looked extremely violent and ferocious, but it could not break the image. The man on the throne sneered, "As long as you're in my Taiji diagram of all creation, even Zhuo Qingfan can forget about escaping. Devil, just accept your fate." Di crashed around in the picture for a while and gradually quieted down. He revealed his figure and looked at the crowd coldly. "My lord, although your diagram can trap this devil, it can't kill him." Shou Yu frowned. When his strength gradually recovered, he would still break out of the diagram. "As long as we can trap him," the siren flute said, "the 6 of us will use various divine powers to refine him every day. As long as we persevere, killing him is only a matter of time. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Otherwise, this demon wouldn't have been suppressed for so many years. Back then, just a clone of Dong Hai had caused a great disturbance, and this guy was even more powerful than the clone." "What happened back then?" the siren's flute asked. "It seems only a few of the Eastern Sea ancestors know the inside story. We only know that the change is related to the Rainbow Stone," Guangxian said in a deep voice. "Back then, a senior in the palace obtained a rainbow stone from God knows where and wanted to refine it himself. However, the Rainbow Stone's mind was twisted, and it sneaked into the seal to release the devil." "I see." The siren flute nodded. "But why did the Rainbow Stone fall into the hands of the humans and cause the war between the 2 races?" Guangxian stared at Di and said coldly, "That's because the Rainbow Stone developed its own intelligence and left the palace on its own. It was unknown where she had fused with a piece of neon stone, which gave her the little girl's neon body from before." Madame Z said, "This devil doesn't seem to be as powerful as the legends say. Perhaps it has been suppressed for too long. It has weakened its strength." The other 5 people nodded. An unruly sneer appeared on Di's face. He snorted and continued to close his eyes and regulate his breathing. "It's not as simple as you think," Guangxian said in a deep voice. "This devil must have just fused with it, so it can't use its full power. Back then, my clan's ancestor only had the rainbow stone body and 1/5 of the devil essence power in this place. But he almost overturned the entire Eastern Sea and killed almost all the experts at that time. If that's the case, how do we kill him?" Lady Z asked in surprise. Guangxian raised his head and looked at the 6 deep-sea giant beasts in the distance. He said, "I've made up my mind. I'll take him to the abyss of the East Sea." "The home of the deep-sea monsters, the abyss of the sea?" asked Shouyu. Guangxian nodded and said, "Those deep-sea giant beasts are all mutants left behind from ancient times. They once had a secret agreement with the ancient true dragon to help me. If those ancient races are willing to help, even God Realm experts would be annihilated by their terrifying world-breaking power." Xianxia suddenly flew over and said, "Lord Guangxian, what about these human ancient martial art practitioners?" Guangxian's eyes turned cold and he said, "Naturally, I'll kill them." However, Ingluo, his gaze fell on Mo Xiaochuan as he said, "I'll spare this person's life for now. I'd like to see what's going on with that sword spirit." "Yes," Xianxia responded and turned into a black ray of light, charging towards the Taiji diagram. Rotating cultivation. Everyone was shocked. The man on the throne also shouted angrily, "What do you want to do?" Xianxia's face flashed with ferocity, gritting his teeth. "You all deserve to die for hurting my master." His face flickered with demonic chi, and he had already become a demon slave without realizing it. "Damn it!" The man on the throne let out an angry roar and slapped down a palm light from the sky. Xianxia's mouth flashed with ridicule. "Master will crush you all to pieces." His body suddenly swelled up and became abnormally strange. White bones protruded from the surface of his skin. He was actually going to activate his essence force to self-destruct. On the belly, a face with a strange and sinister smile appeared. It was none other than the face of Dark North Kongtian. Boom! Just as the man on the throne was about to land his palm, the revolving cultivator detonated himself, and an unparalleled force blasted towards the Taiji diagram of all creation. The self-destruction of a 9-star martial emperor was so unexpected that it was carried out when everyone was careless. It was simply unparalleled. The heads of the 6 clans and Guangxian were shocked and retreated immediately. Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and a blood-red moon appeared in them as he cried out, "Now!" He had been observing the spiral cultivator's demonic cultivation all along, and he did not panic even when Di was captured. It was as if he had already expected this to happen. Mo Xiaochuan had also been meditating with his eyes closed, communicating with the sword spirit. At this moment he suddenly opened his eyes. A clear vision appeared in his eyes, and a soaring aura spread out from his body. He was one with his sword, and his body let out a fierce roar from the ancient times. The rest of the human warriors were also ready, and they rushed into the divine realm tablet that Yunxiao had released at the first moment. Red dust gazes at Ing Haoyue. A beam of sword chi shot out from Mo Xiaochuan's body and turned into a huge pillar of light that shot into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The sky trembled violently, and the dense grid lines appeared one by one, becoming distorted. Yunxiao's eyes were filled with shock as he said with difficulty, "It's still not enough. It's still not enough." Mo Xiaochuan's face contorted as he began to shiver, as if he could no longer sustain a stronger sword intent. Not only was the sword gleam unable to increase in power, it was rapidly weakening. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, "The power of an ant! I'll do it!" Yunxiao's heart leaped with joy. It was Di who had spoken. As his voice fell, a cold light burst out in the sky. A huge ice fiend heart flame condensed in the air and suddenly exploded. Boom! The entire sky turned pale blue, and time and space froze. The Dark Knight trident that had been hiding in the void appeared one after another, but they were all instantly burned to ashes by the ice fiend heart flame. All the members of the sea tribe were in an uproar as they looked at the sky that had been destroyed in shock. However, the power of the ice flame was too strong, and no one dared to approach. Yunxiao suddenly put Mo Xiaochuan into the Divine Realm tablet, then teleported himself 10,000 meters into the sky, turning into a bolt of lightning and trying to escape. The power of the ice flames in the surroundings was also making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Even his body of lightning felt like it was about to melt, but this was his only hope of escape. If he missed it, he would truly be beyond redemption. Damn it! Stop him! Guangxian roared out in shock and anger. He was the first to turn into an azure dragon and charge forward, directly shattering the boundless power of the ice layer. Di smiled coldly and looked back. Goodbye, all of you scum. Wash your heads clean and wait for me to chop them off. It's too early to say that now. A figure appeared in the void. It was the master of the silver spirit. With a slash of his sword, the sword of 3 slashes came down from the sky. Early? It's just that I'm going to kill one more joker before I leave. A ferocious look flashed across Di's face. A ball of demonic light burst out of his body and he suddenly shook the air. Magic light flash. Boom! The demonic flame shattered the 3-slash sword, and the silver spirit master spat out a mouthful of blood, flying back 1,000 meters. Although Di was stopped for a moment, he still stepped into the void and was about to break through the void. Suddenly, a voice came from the void. The voice was filled with shock and anger. What's going on? It was Yunxiao. His body of thunder and lightning tried to escape in the chaos, but it was blocked by an invisible force. Not only could he not move an inch forward, but his true form was also revealed. Di's expression changed drastically at the same time. He could also feel the vast power. It was like a mountain pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to move at all. Yunxiao was thrown back from the void and stuck to Di's side. Both of them saw the surprise in each other's eyes. In this half a breath's time, Guangxian and the other 5 clan masters had already surrounded them. Hundreds of soldiers outside also descended from the sky, surrounding the two of them tightly. Run! Aren't you too good at running? The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard laughed viciously, their faces filled with ferocity and mockery. Shoyu's pupils constricted as he stared at Yunxiao and said in a cold voice, "No wonder I couldn't see through you. All those human warriors were taken away by you. It turns out that you have a supreme grade profound level weapon." Everyone was shocked, and their eyes fell on Yunxiao. Transcendent grade profound level weapon. Even the sea race had only heard of the magnificent Dharma Lotus throne for countless years. There was no other item. Yunxiao's face was bitter. He had failed to escape even with his only chance, and he was afraid that he would end up in a worrying state. However, the power that was shackling him came and went without a trace. He was completely unable to detect it, which shocked him. Di also roared. He looked around and said coldly, "Who is it? Who was the one who secretly attacked? If you have the guts, come out." Lady Z covered her mouth and sneered. "The one who attacked you was naturally a powerful warrior of the Sea Tribe. Now he's standing in front of you. What are you going to do?" Although she said that, she was slightly suspicious as she looked around. The feeling of this power. Guangxian's eyes revealed a look of horror as he suddenly looked into the distance. In the place that was neglected by everyone, Fei Ming was originally guarding the water deity. At this moment, he was kneeling in the air at the side, his body trembling like a sieve. The water deity's face was solemn, and golden runes flashed on her body. Her entire body was wrapped in the golden rain, and there was even a faint chanting of Sanskrit. "That's Ingluo." All the marine race experts were extremely shocked as they looked over. A ray of golden light came from nowhere and seemed to cross endless space and time. It fell from the sky and turned into a golden lotus. There was a faint figure sitting cross-legged on the lotus, flickering and in a trance. Then, the figure in the lotus seemed to make a strange hand seal, and the lotus platform flew into the golden light around the water fairy, slowly merging into her body from her bier. A vast power suddenly surged out of the water deity's body, shining on the sea. An imposing figure appeared out of nowhere, projecting a huge reflection between the sea and the sky, supporting the sky. The water deity's face seemed to have become more delicate and handsome. He slowly opened his eyes, and it was actually a man's voice. He slowly walked out of the golden light, his face solemn. He chanted in Sanskrit, "Everything is different, and all sentences are not sentences." All the sages were like lightning, and an empty body became a dharmakaya. The solemn sound of Sanskrit spread across the sea, and a golden light enveloped the world. Xianxiao's heart trembled, and his face was filled with horror. He already knew who the newcomer was. He was one of the most powerful men in the world, the only emperor of the four seas, and the supreme ruler of all clans. All the members of the sea tribe had solemn expressions on their faces as they hurriedly paid their respects. Even the man on the throne suddenly jumped up, not daring to remain seated. "Greetings, your majesty." Guangxian and the heads of the 6 clans all bowed. The entire sea was peaceful and quiet. Everyone was bathed in the golden light, washing away all the murderous aura. Their hearts were soft. Di also frowned, and his eyes were cold. Neptune smiled and stretched out his hand. A golden light appeared under everyone's body and lifted them up. Even though she was still a water fairy, the figure of a man could be vaguely seen. He looked solemn. A golden light flickered in his eyes as he looked at the 2 people in the sky. After a long while, he sighed and said, "Guangxian, let the 2 of them leave." "What?" All the experts of East Ocean were taken aback, and even Di and Yunxiao were stunned and somewhat baffled. "No!" Guangxian panicked. "Your Majesty, this demon is the avatar of the demon lord from 10,000 years ago. Not only has he fused with the part suppressed by the East Sea, but he also has a rainbow body. If we don't kill him today, it will be difficult to kill him. If the Devil Lord's body could be killed so easily, then the ancestors would not have to go through so much trouble to separate and suppress him." Neptune sighed. "Time has passed," Guangxian said. "Even the most powerful existence will be annihilated with the passage of time. Didn't my clan's experts exterminate the divine sense of the devil avatar beneath the eastern sea in the last turmoil, turning it into a mass of unconscious existence? Perhaps it's because the demon lord's body is beginning to decline that the heavens appeared in this era," Neptune said. Guangxian's brows furrowed. He could not understand and began to think carefully. At their level, their comprehension of the heavenly Tao was far beyond ordinary people's reach. At the same time, their reverence for the heavenly Tao was also unimaginable. Since Neptune had said so but did not point it out, Guangxian had no choice but to ask cautiously, "Has your Majesty really decided to do this?" Poseidon nodded solemnly with a kind expression. Guangxian flicked his sleeve and said indifferently, "Since there's a decree from the Ocean Emperor, we can't disobey it. However, once this demon is gone today, the heavenly martial arts realm will be in a catastrophe in the future, and all spirits will be plunged into misery. Your Majesty, you must take responsibility for today's events." Although no one dared to disobey the Ocean Emperor's decree, everyone could hear the resentment in Guangxian's heart. He seemed to be extremely dissatisfied. "Everything is predestined." Neptune smiled. "How can you and I change it with a single thought? You must know that our thoughts are within the heavenly Tao. Even if you don't kill him, why don't you suppress him like before?" Guangxian asked coldly. "Your ancestor used the rainbow stone to draw out the demon body," Neptune said. "Although I've heard that it was broken, it's not time for the demon to be born yet. Not to mention that I've lost it. Even if this saint artifact is still here, it can't suppress the demon master anymore." "Humph!" Di snorted coldly. "At least you're sensible and have self-awareness. Quickly release the barrier and let me leave." Everyone was furious, and their eyes were burning with anger. "You may have been born at the right time, but the era of the Demon King is over," Neptune said with a smile. "There will be many people who can take you down in the future." "What nonsense are you talking about? When I descend upon the world in the future, I'll grant you supreme glory," Di shouted angrily. Poseidon laughed lightly and raised his hand. Dia's face changed greatly. A golden light suddenly floated out of his body. It was the Daqiao Bugong sword. It flew over directly. At the same time, Guangxian's body also glowed with golden light. It was the lotus silk cloud-walking shoes, which flew back into the hands of the Sea Emperor. Humph! Di felt that the restraint in the sky had loosened. He did not dare to stay any longer, and he hurriedly turned around and disappeared above the vast sea. Everyone felt stifled. They had mobilized such a large force and had suffered great casualties, but they had just let him go so graciously. Yunxiao was suspicious. It seemed that the reason why Neptune let Di go was not that simple. Things like heavenly Tao and heavenly fate were inaudible, and even the powerhouses of the 10 Directions divine realm didn't dare to say that they had glimpsed the heavenly Tao. This kid was obviously pretending to be mysterious. However, the demon lord's body was of great importance. If he released the dragon to the sea like this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Why did he do this? Yunxiao firmly believed that the Sea Emperor must know some secrets about the demon lord that no one else knew. After all, this 1/5 of the demon lord's body was suppressed by the Sea Emperor of who knows which generation using Amitabha and for supreme treasures. There must be a detailed record. As for the 3 sealed demon lands that he had been to before, only God knew who had left them behind. Even if those powerhouses had all kinds of records, it was estimated that they had long been buried in the years. In the current heavenly martial arts realm, perhaps only the Ocean Emperor's palace knew the most about the demon lord. After Poseidon took back the 2 treasures, he said, "Guangxian, you have to send more people to retrieve the Amitabha and Suazi golden armor as soon as possible to deal with future crises." "Yes," Guangxian replied with a humble attitude. Since Di had already left, there was no point in dwelling on this matter. Neptune could not be offended. The water deity's brows furrowed slightly, and her entire demeanor began to change. The golden light that filled the sky above the ocean dispersed all of a sudden and became invisible. The sky and sea returned to its calm state. Water deity opened her eyes and saw that many people were still bowing to her. She said in shock, "What's wrong with everyone?" Only then did the crowd realize that Poseidon had left. They straightened their bodies and ignored her, each of them deep in thought. "Why aren't you saying anything all of a sudden?" The water deity was shocked and suddenly remembered what had happened before. She shouted, "Li Yunxiao!" In a flash, she flew to Yunxiao's side and said anxiously, "Are you all right?" Yunxiao shook his head with a wry smile and said, "I'm fine. Your dad came by just now and wanted to let me go." "Ah!" The water deity's body trembled. Then she said in joy, "So it's my father. That's great. We don't have to fight anymore. Where are the others?" she suddenly asked in surprise. "Don't tell me." Ying Luo, her face was full of shock, and sadness suddenly welled up in her. Although she did not know most of the human warriors, she had at least experienced life and death with them from the Xiankong Island. When Yunxiao saw that her eyes were red and she was about to cry, he hurriedly said, "They're fine. They're in a very safe place." "Really?" The water deity did not believe him. She looked around, not knowing where the so-called safe place was, but she did not think Yunxiao was lying to her. "Everyone," Yunxiao said to the crowd, "we'll meet again in the future. I'll take my leave now." "You want to leave too?" Guangxian's face darkened. "Didn't Neptune tell me to leave just now?" Yunxiao frowned. "The Emperor only said to let you leave, but that doesn't mean you can leave now," Guangxian sneered. Yunxiao smiled wryly. "Since the Emperor has issued a decree, and there is no enmity between us, why are you making things difficult for me?" he asked. Guangxian stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "Since you've put it this way, I'll be frank as well. Leave behind your supreme grade profound level weapon and you can leave." Yunxiao's face froze as he said coldly, "Regarding the matter of the transcendent grade profound level weapon, I do not deny it. However, every transcendent grade profound level weapon has its own host. I've heard that Guangyuan's refinement was something that I've never heard of for decades. It was only by chance that he managed to refine it. Why does Lord Guangxian need to go against the heavens? Is that what I've heard?" Guangxian's pupils contracted. and he said in shock. His face darkened and he said coldly, I can't let you go like this. Guangxian, you're so bold. Not only did you disobey my imperial father's decree, you even shamelessly snatched someone else's things. Water deity cursed angrily. She stood in front of Yunxiao with her arms wide open, trying to protect him. Guangxian said in a deep voice, Princess Water Fairy, please don't be willful. This matter concerns the safety of the East Sea and the recovery of the Ocean Emperor's palace's holy artifact. Li Yunxiao, you'd better come back to Donghai Palace with me first. His body exuded a sharp chill that made it difficult for people to resist the majesty of a superior. Even the water deity felt a chill run down her spine. She couldn't help but take a step back and said in shock, What do you want to do? Yunxiao smiled wryly. He knew that it would not be so easy for him to leave, but fortunately, the Sea Emperor had issued a decree to let him go. At least for now, his life was not in danger. All right, I'll follow Lord Guangxian back to the palace. It just so happens that I also want to discuss the war between the two races in detail with Darren. I hope that we can turn hostility into friendship. What right do you have to represent the human race to discuss war with me? Guangxian snorted coldly. The cause of the war is just a rainbow stone, Yunxiao said. Lord Guangxian, you should have seen it. Xiao Hong left the East Sea with the rainbow stone, and it is now in Diye's possession. When he said this, his heart could not help but tremble. That pair of clear and transparent eyes appeared in his mind, making him feel as if a huge rock was pressing on his chest, and even making it difficult for him to breathe. You mean to say that there's no need to fight because the rainbow stones are gone? Guangxian said coldly. Yunxiao composed himself and said seriously, That's right. There's no point in fighting anymore. Guangxian snorted heavily. The meaning of this battle has nothing to do with the rainbow stone. If I say there is, then there is. If I say there is nothing, then there is nothing. Yunxiao was very depressed. The other party was using his status as a powerhouse to suppress him. If he had the power of his previous life, he would have cursed and slashed out with his sword. However, the situation was more pressing than the person, and he had no choice but to lower his head. All right, Yunxiao said with a wry smile. You're wise, my lord. Then how can we calm the war? In the end, the war between the two races had started because he had hidden Xiao Hong. Countless powerful cultivators had fallen during this war, and he was more or less responsible for it. He still felt extremely guilty. I have my own plans to quell the flames of war, Guangxian said with a cold expression. That's all I can say about the war, Yunxiao said with a frown. My lord, you should be clear about the pros and cons. Guangxian also knew that there was no need to continue this battle. If this continued and the war escalated, only Eastern Sea would be the unlucky one. However, he was extremely dissatisfied that his efforts were in vain. He could not vent the resentment in his heart. This matter is settled, the Master of Silver Spirits said. The Silver Spirits will take their leave. Without waiting for Guangxian's reply, the figure of the Master of Silver Spirits gradually faded away. The entire surface of the sea glowed with silver light, and then gradually receded. Farewell, the man on the throne also said. Then he turned into a beam of light and shot into the sky, disappearing from the 9 heavens. The masters of the other 6 clans also took their leave. The armies of the 6 clans retreated at the same time, leaving only a few dozen people in the sky. How does the princess go? Guangxian asked. Of course I'm following you in case you do something to hurt my friend. The water deity replied coldly. If that's the case, then I'd like to welcome your highness to East Sea humble abode. Guangxian was speechless. 8 guards walked out from behind him and performed all kinds of hand seals in the air. Soon they formed a huge green formation. It slowly glowed and illuminated the sea. The formation rumbled continuously and gradually opened up a dark passage. Guangxian waved his hand and a ray of light shot out from his hand. It directly condensed into a dragon-shaped warship in the air. Although it was not magnificent, it was extremely exquisite and gorgeous. Princess Water Fairy, please, Guangxian gestured for the water deity to board the warship first. The dragon-shaped warship made a turn in the air and entered the open passage, disappearing into the vast sea. Only the 6 deep-sea giant beasts were left, looking at the space channel with blank eyes. The space tunnel gradually closed, and the entire sea gradually returned to its calm state. The deep-sea giant beast wandered on the surface of the sea for a while, then began to make loo-loo-loo-loo sounds. Then, the bodies of the 6 deep-sea monsters gradually became blurry, and they disappeared into the sea one by one. The killing intent between the sea and the sky dissipated. After a while, a figure gradually appeared in the calm sea. As expected, he didn't kill him. Could it be that the rumors about the demon master are true? The figure materialized. He was dressed in snow-white robes and had an elegant demeanor. It was Zhuo Qingfan. A strange expression appeared on his face. After a moment of silence, the corners of his mouth rose slightly and he chuckled. "That's good too. It saves me the trouble of making a move. This way I can also explain to Gongyang Jingqi." A light flashed on his body, and he laughed for a long time before he disappeared into the sky. Tens of thousands of miles away, a black hole appeared in the sky and gradually opened. The dragon-shaped warship sailed out slowly and then rushed into the boundless sea. There was almost no change on the surface of the sea. It was as if the entire warship had become illusionary and was constantly jumping in the sea, covering thousands of miles in an instant. The surrounding seawater was almost crystal-like, as if it was within some kind of barrier. The battleship then disappeared into the void. When it reappeared, it was already in the sky above a magnificent palace. The entire journey would only take a few hours, but if they were to fly, ordinary cultivators would not be able to travel this far in their entire lives. Boom, boom, boom. The warship slowly descended, pushing away the almost transparent seawater, and stopped in front of the palace. All kinds of guards had already been arranged in arrays to welcome the return of the dragon ship. Several strong auras flew out of the palace. They all had young faces and stood solemnly in front of the warship, waiting for Guangxian. "Greetings, father. Welcome back, father." The 5 young men standing in the front row shouted in unison, all of them extremely respectful. The battleship cast a ray of light, and the figures of Guangxian and dozens of others gradually appeared. Guangxian was the first to speak. "Princess Water Fairy, please." He made a hand gesture and suddenly realized that everyone was not in a good state. The 5 crown princes were all staring at Water Fairy in a daze. "Impolite!" Guangxian shouted in a deep voice. "What are you guys doing?" The 5 crown princes trembled and quickly lowered their heads. One of them, a handsome man with a refined expression who looked a little like Guang Yi, asked with a smile, "Father, who is this fairy?" The other 4 crown princes also perked up their ears to listen. The royal family had the East Sea, and they had all kinds of beautiful women. There were also many who were more beautiful than water fairies. However, when the water fairy appeared, she had a cold and noble air. Even as the crown prince, they felt ashamed of their inferiority. They were instantly attracted. Guangxian's eyes flashed and he said, "You guys are a disgrace to the East Ocean. Come and greet the daughter of the Ocean Emperor, Princess Water Fairy." "What? The Water Fairy Princess of the Sea Forest?" The 5 crown princes were all shocked. The leader, who seemed to be the older man, was the first to react. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, "This one is Guangxian, and it is my honor to be acquainted with the princess." "This is my 3rd son, Guangxian," Guangxian said. "His strength has reached the level of an 8-star martial sovereign. In the entire 4 seas, there are only a few people in his generation who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. I wonder what your highness thinks." The other 4 crown princes' faces all darkened, secretly angry at themselves for being a step slower. The water deity was stunned and asked, "How is it? What do you mean?" "Cough, cough. Your highness, what do you think of my useless 3rd son?" Guangxian coughed. "Yes, it's pretty good," replied water deity. "Among the strange sea race, he could be considered a talented person. But I don't think he looks like Lord Guangxian." "Guangxian? He. Guangshun's face was also filled with black lines, his entire body breaking out in cold sweat. He hurriedly said, "Your Highness, you must be joking. As the saying goes, the dragon has 9 sons, and each one is different. Looks are only one of the genetic factors. Most crown princes look different from their fathers." Guangxin laughed as well. "Hehe, Your Highness is truly innocent and adorable." Speaking without restraint, water deity said in realization. "So that's how it is. I was still puzzled at the beginning. Why is the difference so big? I thought it was a pity." She seemed to feel that it was not convenient to say something, and her face turned slightly red. Guang Xian and Guang Shun both had bitter looks on their faces. If anyone else had dared to be so treacherous, they would have long been smashed to pieces. The other 4 were laughing in their hearts. One of the men in golden armor stepped out and said, "I'm Guang Lu, the 5th crown prince of Donghai Palace. Your Highness, do I look like my father?" The water deity raised her bright eyes, looked at it for a moment, and smiled. "You still look 40 to 50% similar. Of all the crown princes, I'm indeed the one who resembles father the most. It's rare for Princess Water Deity to come to the East Sea. Guang Lu will definitely do his best as the host and let the princess enjoy to her heart's content." The water deity also laughed. "I've only been to the North Sea with my father. I've never been to the other 3 seas. Thank you. It's my great fortune to be able to serve the princess." Guang Li's face lit up and he said in joy. Guang Shun and the other 3 crown princes' faces were covered with a layer of frost. The younger crown prince stepped out and said, "Your Highness, I'm Guang. My favorite thing to do is to travel around the mountains and rivers. There's nothing fun in the nearby waters that I don't know about. As for my brothers, they are usually in closed-door cultivation and don't know anything about playing, so let me entertain Her Highness." "Guang'an, what has this got to do with you?" Guang Lu angrily shouted. "Get lost." Guang'an's face was unruly as he scoffed. "4th brother? Did I say something wrong? My cultivation is the lowest among the 5 of us, so I usually spend it on playing. The princess has come from afar. If you don't have enough fun, will you be able to bear the responsibility?" Guang Lu sneered. "You're a piece of trash. With your weak strength, what if you bring the princess out and encounter danger? I'm afraid you'll be the first one to escape, right?" Guang'an scoffed. "How can there be any danger in the nearby waters? I've lived for so many years. How come I've never met one before?" Guang Li's face was cold and his body emitted a violent aura. He pressed forward and said coldly, "I think you're in danger right now. All right, there's no need to argue, my 2 royal brothers. Her Highness's safety is naturally the #1 priority, so I'll be inseparable from her to protect her during this period of time. The 2 of you can go cultivate in seclusion." Guang Shun said indifferently. "You coward." The 2 of them were not convinced and snorted heavily. "Humph." Guang Lu snorted. "I've just broken through my bottleneck and needed to go around to relax." "Us too," the other 3 also said. "How can this be up to you?" Guangxin shouted. "Everything must be according to Princess Water Deity's will." Guang Shun revealed a bright smile and asked affably, "Your Highness, do you have any plans? If you do not have it, then just leave it to me. I will definitely let Princess Water Deity enjoy herself to her heart's content." "I don't have any plans," Water Deity said. "I came to East Ocean only because I was afraid that Lord Guangxin would hurt Yunxiao. As long as he's fine, it's fine." "Li Yunxiao?" Guang Shun frowned and asked. "Li Yunxiao?" The few crown princes were confused as they looked at Guang Xian. Guangxin's expression darkened. "Guangshuan," he scoffed. "Take these 2 humans into the abyssal dungeon." Yunxiao and Bo Yuqing were immediately pushed forward by 2 Sea Clan experts. "What? The Abyss Prison?" "Guangxian, it's extremely dangerous in the abyss." The water deity cried out in anger. "You'll kill Yunxiao." "Don't worry, Your Highness," Guangxian said lightly. "This Li Yunxiao has extraordinary strength. He won't die so easily. Let him stay inside for a while. I'll think about how to deal with him." "Deal with?" the water deity said angrily. "Didn't you release it?" You dare to disobey my imperial father's decree. Oh, right, I'm releasing it. I misspoke. Let me think about how to release him. Guangxin quickly changed his words. Guangshuan seemed to sense something, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. He sized up Yunxiao and Bo Yuqing and said, My two friends. May I know which one of you is Li Yunxiao? The other 4 crown princes also had ugly expressions as they stared coldly at the 2 lowly humans. Yunxiao was secretly depressed, thinking that this little girl was indeed a femme fatale, and that he had been shot while lying down. Bo Yuqing had suffered a backlash from the Agarine. Although he had controlled a lot, he was still extremely weak. Yunxiao's recovery of primordial energy was also limited, and he had been captured. At a glance, the 2 of them looked extremely miserable. The 5 crown princes all had looks of disgust in their eyes. Guang and laughed sarcastically and said, Third brother, don't tell me you still want to get to know such a lowly human? Guang Shun did not reply and Water Deity was enraged. What are you talking about? Who was lowly? You're the lowly one. Your entire family is lowly. The entire palace was silent, so quiet that only the sound of water bubbles could be heard. The Water Deity's scolding had completely dragged the entire palace into it. Everyone was covered in cold sweat and held their breath, not daring to breathe loudly. This had never happened before. If the other party didn't have an identity, it would be easy to dismember him directly, but the other party's identity was too complicated. Through this period of contact, coupled with the rumors in the past, Guangxin could be considered to know this princess like the back of his hand. He knew that she was the kind of naive, brainless, and straightforward person. He was too lazy to pursue the matter, and with the other party's identity, it was impossible to pursue the matter. He could only pretend not to hear it. He could only scold Guang and angrily, Don't be rude. One of them is a friend of the princess, and the other is my friend. Guangshuan. Lock them up in the abyssal dungeon and use the yin and yang dust formation. Father, are you talking about the yin and yang dust formation? Guang Shun asked in shock. His eyes were filled with shock, and he thought he had heard wrong. That's right, Guangxin said. He didn't explain any further, but turned to the other 4 and said, The 4 of you, take good care of the princess first. If the princess is even the slightest bit dissatisfied, I will skin you one by one. Yes, father. The 4 of them were overjoyed and hurriedly responded. I'll definitely let the princess enjoy herself to her heart's content. Even if the princess wants the moon from outer space, Guanglu, will go and get it, said Guanglu with his eyes narrowed. The water deity gave Yunxiao a look and said, Go with them to the dungeon first. I'll definitely think of a way to save you. Imperial Father has ordered Guangxin to release you. He definitely won't dare to do anything to you. The water deity glared at Guangxin coldly, snorted heavily and walked into the palace. The 4 crown princes hurriedly led the way. The water deity stopped and pointed at Guang and, You just scolded my friend. I don't need your company. Get lost. Guang and's face turned pale and he stood there in a daze. Haha. That's right. This brat even dares to scold the princess's friend. Does he still have the princess in his eyes? Guanglu laughed so hard that he could not close his mouth. He shouted, Get lost! With a push, an invisible force shot out from the palm of his hand, pushing Guang and back dozens of meters. Then, he laughed and led the water deity into the palace. Guangla, you won't die a good death. Guang and's face was frighteningly dark as he roared in extreme anger. Guangxin's calm voice came from behind. Without strength, you'll always be trash. Even if you're the crown prince, you still have to fight for your favorite things with your own strength. Father, I'm Xianxia. Guang roared in anger but was interrupted by Guangxian with a wave of his hand. I have 17 sons. Every time I summon you, there will be more than 10 people in seclusion. And you're always there. Princess Water Fairy is priceless. Do you think you're worthy? I still have things to do. I don't have time to talk to trash, Guangxin said coldly without any mercy. He directly flicked his sleeves and left, leaving everyone behind, not daring to say a word. Guangxin smiled. 10th brother, You should hurry and go into closed-door cultivation. Guangyin's face was almost deformed with anger as he pointed at Yunxiao and Bo Yuqing and said, "You two lowly humans, how dare you cause me to be taught a lesson by my father? I'll kill you." He spread his fingers and turned them into black dragon claws. He roared and clawed at the two of them. Yunxiao was speechless. He had been shot again while lying down. "Come," Bo Yuqing said lightly. "I'm using all my strength to suppress the Agarine's backlash." Yunxiao nodded and raised his finger. A bolt of lightning gathered at his fingertip and formed a ball, which kept crackling and becoming extremely strong. Guangshun's pupils constricted and he revealed a look of shock. Bang! A sharp lightning bolt shot out of Yunxiao's hand and pierced through the dragon claw that was falling from the sky. Guangyan cried out in pain and covered his hand with all his might. He roared in shock and anger. "Lowly human, you dare to hurt me! Kill him! Kill the two of them!" Everyone stood still, no one moved. "Didn't you hear my order?" Guangyan roared in anger. "I told you to kill the two of them." The corner of Guangshun's mouth rose, and he didn't hide his disdain. "10th brother, you'd better go back and practice in seclusion before coming out. You've embarrassed the palace." He gave a long laugh and escorted Yunxiao and the other man to the deep-sea dungeon. Guangyan was so angry that his entire body was trembling. His entire being was shrouded in a shadow. Yunxiao and Bo Yuqing were escorted to a teleportation array, and Guangshun and 2 9-stars martial emperors pushed them up. The teleportation light flashed, and the 5 of them quickly disappeared from the abyss prison. The next moment, the place he appeared in was pitch black. Not only could he not see, but he could not even spread his divine sense. Moreover, an extremely bone-piercing cold descended. Yunxiao was fine, but Bo Yuqing could not help but shiver. "The two of you must be tired from the journey. Have a good rest here," Guangshun said. Yunxiao spread out his divine sense, but he could only sense a distance of about 10 meters. He said with a wry smile, "There won't be any danger here, right?" Guangshun chuckled. "You're too humble. My father asked me to set up the yin and yang dust formation to entertain you. It's enough to see how powerful you are." He struck out a seal, which directly imprinted into the darkness. In the blink of an eye, a glimmer of light lit up. It was the yin and yang of Taiji, which was continuously displayed in the sky. All kinds of patterns appeared under everyone's feet. All of a sudden, thousands of runes gushed out of the darkness and constructed various structures in the world. Yunxiao quietly observed the changes in the runes and recorded them in his heart. Soon, after the runes had been performed once, they all disappeared into the darkness again, becoming undetectable. Guangshun looked at the completed talismans and smiled. "The two of you should rest. The yin and yang dust formation is an ancient formation with unfathomable power. No one in the world today can set it up. It's like an inescapable net, and it's impossible for you two to escape. Your Highness Guangxuan just said that we have extremely powerful divine abilities," Yunxiao said. "Now, you are looking down on our strength. You can't be so contradictory." "Ha-ha! Interesting." Guangshun laughed and said, "If you don't believe me, you can try. Not to mention the fact that this formation is impossible to break. Even if you go out, the danger outside is not something you can bear." "Thank you, Your Highness," Yunxiao said with a smile. "You're so nice to two outsiders." Guangshun squinted his eyes and smiled. "It's fine. I've always been kind. By the way, I'm very curious. Which one of you is Li Yunxiao? What is his relationship with the Water Fairy Princess?" "That's not something Your Highness should ask," Yunxiao said with a smile. "You'd better go back and cultivate in seclusion." You're really asking for a beating?" Guangshun laughed. "It looks like you're Li Yunxiao. To be honest, you humans are really lowly." "Oh, what?" Yunxiao asked in surprise. "Why didn't I know about this before? I think your mudfish-like face is asking for a beating." "Oh right, I remember now. No wonder you don't look like Lord Guangxian. Your face looks like Uncle Wang from next door." "You coward! Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? I don't know what the Emperor's decree is, but since you've entered the Abyss prison, you probably won't be able to get out for the rest of your life. No one will know if I kill you. Guang Shun's eyes were ice cold, and a killing intent rose from his body. Yun Xiao laughed. Don't bully me for being an honest and uncultured man. This yin and yang dust formation is a two-way defense. Can prevent us from going out, but you can't come in either. You want to hit me? Unless you remove the formation. Oh! Guang Shun was surprised. You're also an array master. Yun Xiao stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, I've learned a little. Guang Shun was somewhat bewildered. This human was extremely young, but his strength was not ordinary. Furthermore, this bearing was definitely not something a normal martial artist could have. He suppressed his curiosity and nodded slightly. That's right. There's a shortage of formation masters in the 4 Seas. Perhaps I can take you under my wing in the future. That day will never come, Yun Xiao said with a smile. But I admire your confidence. Guang Shun snorted coldly and said, Nothing is absolute. You guys can rest in peace now. He and the 2 9-star martial emperors disappeared into the endless darkness in a flash. Bo Yuqing suddenly asked, What do you think of this Guangshuan? Yun Xiao's sneer faded away, and his eyes flickered as he said, This person is not simple. Bo Yuqing also nodded. Same as my judgment. He was humiliated, but he wasn't angry but not impulsive, and even wanted to recruit you. Although it's ridiculous, this kind of thinking already has the bearing of a generation's overlord. You can't even save yourself at the moment? Yun Xiao laughed in surprise. And you still care about others? Humph. I have many ways to protect myself. Bo Yuqing snorted. But you, not only can't you protect yourself, I'm afraid you can't even protect your girlfriend. Hey, you can't just say things like that. When did Water Fairy become my girlfriend? If the Ocean Emperor finds out, Yun Xiao said coldly, you'll be in serious trouble. Bo Yuqing smiled playfully and said, In the past, Lord Yun Xiao even followed the number 1 beauty in the world. Subduing this mischievous girl was naturally not a problem. Don't forget about me when you become the Emperor's son-in-law. Don't worry, Yun Xiao said. I won't forget you. If I become the son-in-law of the sovereign of the 4 Seas, I'll immediately order the entire world to hunt you down. We're brothers in the same boat, Bo Yuqing said with a bitter smile. There's no need to have such a deep hatred. Yun Xiao ignored him, looked around and said, Your sect is very knowledgeable. Have you studied the yin and yang dust formation? Don't tell me you still want to escape. Bo Yuqing smiled bitterly. Do you think you can leave the palace even if you break the formation? This is not the palace, Yun Xiao said. This is the abyssal dungeon. I know. You think they don't have a strong defense? Bo Yuqing lazily asked. You probably don't know what kind of place the abyssal dungeon is. Do you? Yun Xiao chuckled. I guess you don't know. Oh? I'd like to hear the details. I forgot, Bo Yuqing said. You should be very familiar with Donghai Palace. By the way, I'm very curious about what happened to you back then. Why did you enter the Eastern Sea and get hunted down by the entire 4 Seas? Yun Xiao's face twitched as he snorted. Curiosity killed the cat. Let's solve this crisis first. He began to explain. You should know about the deep-sea giant beasts, right? Those things were slumbering in the endless abyss of the sea. I'm not too sure what kind of place the sea's abyss is. I only know that this place is connected to the 4 Seas, and it seems to be an underground space of the 4 Seas. However, there are many strange things that I don't understand. You mean, as long as we break this yin and yang dust formation, we can go directly to the other 3 Seas? Bo Yuqing was moved. Yes. Yun Xiao nodded. Bo Yuqing looked around for a while and said with a bitter smile, Not to mention that the yin and yang dust formation is almost unbreakable. Even if it is really broken, who knows what dangers there are in the abyss of the sea? Even if we don't encounter anything, we might not be able to leave this space, let alone the deep-sea giant beasts gathered inside. Indeed, Yun Xiao said. Losing your purpose is the worst thing. You might be trapped in this abyss forever. I noticed it when I came in just now. I can't sense the spatial coordinates I left in the outside world. You're indeed a dangerous person, Bo Yuqing said with a bitter smile. you've actually calculated so far. Without the spatial coordinates, escaping from this formation is even more helpless than staying in the formation. Not necessarily. You've forgotten something? Xianxia said with a smile. Noah's ship. Bo Yuqing's expression changed as he fell into deep thought. Noah's ship is also known as the ship of the other shore. Can ferry people to the other shore. Can that kid do it? A mark of the divine realm tablet emerged between Xianxia's eyebrows. Then, with a flash of light, Yi Fan appeared in the yin and yang dust formation. Xianxia explained the situation in detail. Yi Fan looked around and said in shock, "Is this the endless abyss in the depths of the four seas? There are records of it in the ancestors' notes, and it seems to be a mystical space that has existed since ancient times. However, there was too little information, so it wasn't written in detail. If you break this array," Xianxia said seriously, "are you confident that you can leave safely?" Yi Fan smiled bitterly. "I haven't tried, but with Noah's ship's ability, I should be able to. I'm 80% sure." 80%. Both Xianxia and Bo Yuqing's pupils constricted. With such high confidence, they could give it a try. In the cultivation of martial Tao, many times, even if there was only a slim chance, one would not hesitate to charge in. Yi Fan hurriedly said, "But my injuries have not recovered yet. I need to recover first." Xianxia nodded. "Yes, you can rest in my divine realm tablet. You will have priority in using all the resources." He pointed at Yi Fan and put him back into the divine realm tablet. Bo Yuqing revealed an extremely jealous expression and said angrily, "At the same time, for pieces of transcendent grade profound level weapons appeared, and you alone have two. This heavenly law is too unfair. Can you give me your cauldron of mountain and river? I'll give you a condition. Even if I take your head, it's not worth a foot of the cauldron of mountain and river." Xianxia snorted coldly. Bo Yuqing also knew that it was impossible. After sighing a few times, he no longer talked about this matter and instead asked, "When Guangshuan activated the formation, I saw that you paid close attention to it. Do you have a way to break it?" Xianxia's face darkened as he said, "You rely on me for everything? If I break this formation by myself, I'll definitely throw you into the abyss and leave by myself." Bo Yuqing smiled bitterly. "Why? We're all on the same side." Xianxia waved his hand and interrupted, "Cut the crap. Just tell me. How much do you know about this array? Tell me everything you know. If I find you useless, then I'm sorry, you'll have to go to the abyss to fill the stomachs of those giant beasts." "Let me think," Bo Yuqing hurriedly said. "I've indeed seen this array in ancient books, but I don't know much about it. At this moment, you and I are slightly weaker. Even if we want to break the formation, we have to recover before we have the strength, right?" His eyes revealed a bitter look as he said, "Even Lord Xianxia knows about the awkwardness. All right, I'm done. You want me to suppress your injuries with my spiritual energy?" Xianxia interrupted. "Do you want me to do that?" "It's easy to talk to smart people," Bo Yuqing said with a bitter smile. "But isn't this a little too simple? If I can get rid of the Agarine, I'm afraid you'll possess the power of a mid-stage 9-star in an instant," Xianxia said. "Coupled with your extreme yin body, what if you kill me with a slap when you're unhappy?" "Lord Xianxia must be joking," Bo Yuqing said. "I can make a heart oath." Xianxia frowned and fell into deep thought, then smiled and said, "It seems like Brother Yuqing has no confidence in getting out of this. You should know that once a heart's vow is made, unless you don't want to make any progress in your life, you will never be able to break it." Bo Yuqing smiled bitterly. Lord Xianxia still saw through me. Although I used Guang Yuan's whereabouts as a life-saving condition, once I no longer have any value, I'm bound to die. Even if they can let me live, they'll definitely take the Agarine, and then I'll still be better off dead. In order to fuse the Agarine, he had endured for so many years. If he failed, his strength would instantly fall back to the beginning of the 9th rank, and it would be difficult for him to advance any further. "All right," Xianxia said. "As long as you make a heart oath, I can help you now. In addition, you still owe me a favor, and you will have to return it in the future. Put this into the oath as well. At least tell me what it is." Bo Yuqing angrily said. Otherwise, you're making things too difficult for me. If I make a heart's oath, what should I do if you ask me to commit suicide or deceive my master and destroy my ancestors? Don't worry, Xianxia said with a smile. I won't make things too difficult for you. Furthermore, do you have any other choice? Bo Yuqing's ability was extremely strong, and Xianxia would never let go of such an opportunity to control him. This man might be a breakthrough in the situation in the Sea of Soul formation. Bo Yuqing's expression was gloomy and uncertain, but he finally gritted his teeth and said, All right, I hope you will remember what you said today and not make things difficult for me. Then, he pointed to the sky with both hands and made a solemn oath. A golden symbol formed on his fingertip and disappeared into the night with a bang. It was a rule of heaven and earth, which bore witness to heaven and earth. Once violated, one would be devoured by the rule of heaven and earth. Unless one completely gave up on martial arts, no one would dare to violate it. Bo Yuqing's expression was extremely gloomy. This was the first time he had done such a thing in his life. He gritted his teeth and said, Are you satisfied now? With a satisfied smile on his face, Xianxia said with great enthusiasm, Brother Yuqing, we're also brothers in the same boat. Why do you look so sad? It's as if we're brothers who will harm you. Don't be like this, really. He shook his head repeatedly, as if he was pained by the other party's distrust. Bo Yuqing's face turned white and he said coldly, Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and relieve me of the pain of the Agarine. Xianxia raised his hand, and his spirit energy gushed out of his body and hovered in his palm. Bo Yuqing hurriedly sat down cross-legged in the air and said, Use the reverse needle technique to clear my 9 orifices and bones. Then use your energy to walk through the 7 chakras. Finally, go through the 8 navel and gather into the heart chakra. This will solve my pain. Both of them were top alchemists in the world, and they understood everything with just a few words. Xianxia cried out as he slashed out his right hand. The energy in his left palm turned into sharp needles and pierced into Bo Yuqing's body. A faint golden light began to shine from the 9 apertures. Dark and cold power appeared around the golden light and imprinted on the apertures in a circle. Xianxia's pupils constricted, and the corners of his mouth turned up as he chuckled and said, Brother Yuqing, you're really good at lying. The power of the Agarine has already invaded your body. Even if Guangxian doesn't kill you, I'm afraid you won't be able to endure it. Bo Yuqing trembled slightly when the golden light entered his body, but he quickly calmed down. His tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed and he let out a breath of turbid air. Stop talking nonsense and continue. This spiritual energy is indeed powerful. I didn't think that there would be someone in this world who could obtain this power. Next, I'm going to stab you with 7 chakras, Xianxia said. You should know the danger in it. Do your best to cooperate with me. Bo Yuqing nodded seriously. Bang! Xianxia moved forward and pointed a finger at the man's forehead, pouring his spiritual energy into it like a trickle. A golden light was reflected on Bo Yuqing's forehead as he grimaced in pain, but he didn't make a sound. Following that, he did the same to the other chakras, and each chakra opened up its own light, flickering on Bo Yuqing's body, his entire person in a 7-colored light. Bang bang! Suddenly, the violent beating of his heart came from his heart chakra, which shook away Xianxia's spiritual power. This is a Xianxia. Xianxia was taken aback. A powerful force of Agarine emerged from his heart chakra, and some strange things kept spinning, scattering the power gathered by the other 6 chakra. This is crazy. You actually implanted the Agarine into your own heart. He cried out in shock, his eyes filled with shock. Bo Yuqing smiled bitterly. The heart chakra is the source of the chakra, the spring of power. Only by implanting the Agarine here can one form the dual extreme divine body. Otherwise, do you think I would be willing to take such a risk? He's indeed a lunatic. Xianxia was moved. He's a lunatic. Once again, he gathered his spiritual energy and struck his palm toward the man's chest. The powerful golden light slowly resisted the power of the Agarine and fought endlessly in his heart chakra. Bo Yuqing's entire body twitched in pain, his face completely distorted, his skin deathly white, and cold sweat pouring down. Xiao's expression was also solemn. At this moment, Bo Yuqing's heart chakra was filled with the dark turbulence of two forces. Once it became violent or exploded, Bo Yuqing would die without a doubt. Bo Yuqing's body twitched extremely violently under the impact of the two forces. Although he didn't make a sound, blood continued to ooze out of his 7 orifices, as if he couldn't hold on any longer. The look on Xiao's face grew more and more serious. After all, his spiritual power was limited, while the power of the Agarine seemed to be endless. His disadvantage was becoming more and more obvious. Once the suppressing force collapsed and the extreme yin power of the Agarine scattered into the 7 chakras, Bo Yuqing would die without a doubt. In his shock, he opened his immemorial heaven's eye and shot out a beam of divine fire. It turned into a circular mark and crashed down. The sound of roasted meat came from Bo Yuqing's chest. After a piece of burnt smoke came out, a ring of fire mark was revealed. Then, the power of wind, water, and earth emerged, jumping in Xiao's hands in different forms and incantations, and then smashed down one after another. Bang! 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 The 3 elemental seals fell, and Bo Yuqing finally spat out a mouthful of black blood, his aura suddenly falling to the bottom. At this moment, a 4-colored elemental seal symbol appeared on his chest, sealing all the power of the Agarine in his heart chakra, unable to leak out at all. Bo Yuqing's weak voice came over. "Did I fail?" Xiao nodded and said, "I failed. I don't have enough spiritual energy to suppress the Agarine. For the time being, earth, water, fire, and wind elements will suppress the Agarine for you. You can only return to your previous state and can't use the power of the heart wheel and the Agarine. Although these 4 elements are indispensable for the creation of the world and the refinement of the world," Bo Yuqing said with a bitter smile, "if they can't be fused together, the suppression of the Agarine won't last long." "In that case, I'll add another seal," Xiao said. His eyes flashed, and a white light gradually appeared in his hand, showing a scene full of vitality. "The cauldron of mountain and river," Bo Yuqing exclaimed. His eyes revealed a fanatical look. Xiao performed an incantation gesture with his left hand and gently thrust it out. A strange seal appeared. It was the only clear ruler seal he had learned. A loud bang came from the cauldron, and a white light was projected down, directly shining on Bo Yuqing's chest. Bo Yuqing spat out another mouthful of blood, his entire body almost becoming transparent. He struggled and growled, "I'm going to die if this continues." Xiao took back the cauldron of mountain and river, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and said with a faint smile, "Don't take advantage of me. Although I can't cure you of the Agarine, as long as you don't use the power of your heart chakra, it shouldn't be a problem to suppress it for 8 to 10 years. I'll think of a way to help you when I'm stronger." Bo Yuqing tried to feel the power of the heart chakra, and sure enough, he couldn't detect it at all. If that was the case, he could only exert the strength of a peak 8 stars martial emperor at most. However, this was already the best result. When he used the Agarine at the beginning, he had the mentality of taking a gamble. If he lost, he would be crippled even if he didn't die. This was the best result. The two of them then began to adjust their breathing and recover. Bo Yuqing also generously took out a large number of heavenly treasures to share. He had stayed in Xiankong Island for decades, and the wealth of treasures he had left Xiao in the dust. Just like that, the two of them cultivated quietly for a few days. There was no movement in the outside world, as if they had been forgotten. On this day, a voice suddenly came from the outside world. Gradually, a beam of light appeared in the endless darkness. The beam of light slowly expanded, and a few human figures appeared. One of them was Guang An. His eyes shone with a cold light and his expression was ferocious. "You two lowly humans. This king has come to see you." Xiao and Bo Yuqing remained unmoved, still meditating with their eyes closed. Guang An flew into a rage. A sense of shame and anger from being ignored and disdained welled up in his heart, and smoke rose from his head. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Open the formation. I want to skin them alive." "Your Highness Guang An," Lord Guangxian's orders cannot be neglected, a commander behind him said with a frown. Guang and suddenly turned around and stared at the man with a murderous look. He said coldly, "Who's older here? You or me?" A faint blue light flickered in the commander's eyes as he calmly said, "Lord Guangxian's decree is the most important. You. Good, 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 dog slave, using my royal father's decree to pressure me." Guang En's face was twisted. Then it turned dark. Then, "Please bring him out. I hope your Highness Guang En can understand," the commander said, his expression changing. The commander waved his hand, and the 4 people behind him came forward. They began to cast various spells to activate the yin and yang dust formation. "I understand," Guang En sneered. "My magnanimity is as deep as the ocean. It's not something you can guess. Juai Ling. Watch how these lords do their work." A man with a slender figure spoke in a ghostly voice. Yes. His eyes glowed as he watched the 4 of them activate the array. The commander stared at the ghost spirit for a while, revealing a puzzled look, but he didn't find anything strange, so he didn't care. After all, it was public knowledge that Guang En was always with some thieving and prowling people. At that moment, Yun Xiao and Bo Yuqing's hearts stirred. They opened their eyes at the same time and watched the 4 men casting their spells. The entire space was silent. There were only various lights and thousands of symbols shining in the air. Thousands upon thousands of changes appeared at the same time, causing everyone to be overwhelmed as they quickly memorized them. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, all the light dissipated and a beam of light shot straight towards Bo Yuqing. "Bo Yuqing, Lord Guangxian's Dermic decree is for you. Come over," the commander said indifferently. Bo Yuqing's face darkened, knowing that he was finally going to make a move on Guang Yuan. He gave Yun Xiao a look, and the 2 exchanged a look. Then he stood up and stepped on the beam of light. "I hope you'll be smart and don't do anything out of line, or no one will be able to save you," the commander said coldly. "Let's go," Guang En said sarcastically. "We've already taken her. Hurry up and go to my father to get a bone." The commander's face was covered in a layer of frost. A sharp light burst out from his eyes as he stared coldly at Guang En. Guang En's entire body trembled. He was so frightened by his gaze that he retreated. "What do you want to do?" The man named Juai Ling was like a ghost. In a flash, he appeared in front of Guang En, protecting him. The commander looked at the ghost spirit coldly, withdrew the chill in his body, and without a word, he cast several spells. The entire beam of light instantly retracted, shooting into the sky like fireworks, and then disappearing. In the darkness, only Yun Xiao's eyes were left, flashing with a demonic blood-red light. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a hint of a knowing smile. Although he couldn't completely remember the thousands of incantation seals just now, they were all recorded in the moon pupil. As long as he studied them carefully, it was only a matter of time to crack them. His recovery speed was far above Bo Yuqing's. At this moment, he had almost fully recovered, and his strength had vaguely rushed to the 4-star barrier. Yun Xiao calmed down and put everything aside for the time being, then started to break through. The distance between 3 stars and 4 stars was not just a simple 1 star. The comprehension of the heaven-earth law had a qualitative change from an early-stage martial emperor to a mid-stage martial emperor. After an unknown period of time, rules gathered from all directions, forming symbols of various sizes and merging into his body. His entire body was shimmering with golden light, as if the heavenly Tao had descended. Yun Xiao was immersed in the endless law comprehension. Every martial artist only had one chance to level up, but this was his second time stepping into the same river, so his comprehension was much stronger than the others. The time that rule force appeared was also extremely long, almost several times longer than the same realm. Finally, all the laws were taken back into his body, and Yun Xiao's aura became unusually strong. Like an ancient beast, he rampaged through the yin and yang dust formation before finally returning to his body. "Who?" He let out a heavy breath, feeling as if the world was clear and his 5 senses and 6 senses had been strengthened. Although there was joy in his heart, he was more indifferent and thoughtful. The rule induction here is exactly the same as that of the outside world. It seems that the abyss of the sea still exists as one with the realm of heavenly martial arts, just that it is a little more unique. Through his insight into the rules when he advanced, Xianxia determined that this place was still part of the heavenly martial realm, and he felt much calmer. As long as he was still in this world, he would have a way to get out. His previous worry was that this place was some kind of abandoned place in time and space, which might make it impossible for him to leave. The reason why I can't sense the spatial coordinates of the outside world is probably because there's a change in the world power here. Xianxia thought about it carefully, especially those deep-sea giant beasts. They were indeed very different from ordinary sea people, and should be creatures produced under the influence of this kind of mutated world power. All of a sudden, a beam of light descended and slowly spread out outside the formation. Guang-en and the ghost spirit appeared in the light beam and walked over slowly. What? Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat, and an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he had guessed the purpose of the two men. The killing intent in Guang-en's eyes grew stronger and stronger as he stared at Xianxia and said coldly, "Lowly one, do you still remember this king?" Xianxia gave him a glance, then closed his eyes and rested. "Damn it! You should die." Guang-en was thoroughly enraged by his contemptuous look. He roared, "Kill him! Ghost spirit! Go in now and kill him!" "Yes!" Gui Ling's slender figure took a step forward, and her eyes emitted a silver light. She looked around, as if she was carefully observing. Xianxia finally opened his eyes, and with a strange look on his face he said, "This formation is a two-way formation. Do you think you can kill me?" "Humph. You think this king can't kill you with the two-way formation?" Guang-en laughed coldly. Gui Ling is a genius among the silver spirits. He has an inborn understanding of formations. With the innate magical ability of the silver spirits, as long as they can break part of the formation, they can enter and take your head. The more he spoke, the prouder he became. He couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, are you afraid now? It's too late to regret. I'll let you know the consequences of disrespecting this king." Xianxia looked at the ghost spirit in surprise. He knew about the silver spirit as well. It was one of the most mysterious races in the East Sea, and its innate divine ability allowed it to travel through the void at will. Although it was not as magical as Zhua Qingfan's Great Void technique, it was still extremely powerful. Guang-en said coldly, "It's not too late to regret it now. Tell me honestly, what is your relationship with Princess Water Deity?" "A man and a woman are having a wild time," Xianxia said with a smile. "What else can they be? Could it be that I'm her best friend? Do you believe me?" "Wow!" Guang-en's body was spurting fire as he roared, "Damn it! Damn it! How could the water fairy princess take a fancy to a lowly human like you?" "Hee," Xianxia said. "Since you don't believe me, I'll just say that I'm her best friend. In fact, we're all experts in this field, and the so-called male best friend is Ingluo you know." "Damn it!" Guang-en's anger almost set him on fire as he roared into the sky. "Li Yunxiao, I want you to help me marry the water deity. Do you have a way?" Guang-en roared for a while before he gradually recovered. His eyes were still flickering with a fierce light as he gritted his teeth and said, "As long as you succeed, I can guarantee that you won't die." "Eh?" Xianxia laughed in surprise. "Your Highness Guang-en said that he was broad-minded. I didn't believe it at first, but now I really do. Turns out that you are a legendary hero." "Eft." Guang-en spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. The qi movement in his body was in chaos. His body trembled as he roared, "Li Yunxiao, are you really not afraid of death? What is there to be sad about in life?" Yunxiao said indifferently, "What is there to be sad about in death? It's better for you to go home and cultivate." "Wow! Kill him! Kill him!" Guang-en was so angry that his head turned red and he almost crashed into the array. Gui Ling began to cast a spell in an attempt to break the array. He executed each seal very slowly and carefully. It was obvious that he was observing as he broke through. Only Guang An's panting could be heard in the entire space. As time passed, it gradually calmed down. Xiao stared at the ghost spirit's movements with a surprised look on his face. If this was the first time this person had seen the array being activated, he would be worthy of being called a genius. The complicated array talismans were like balls of thread, and he could clearly move them step by step. Although he was slow, he did not make any mistakes when opening a few outer arrays in succession. Even Xiao could not do better than him without using the lunar pupil. Suddenly, Xiao's heart skipped a beat as he noticed a tiny mistake in the ghost spirit's hand, and the corner of his eye twitched. The wrong seal hit the entire formation, causing a slight ripple. Then, the entire array let out a loud boom, like countless raindrops falling on a lake, creating all kinds of ripples. Not good. Ghost spirits also found the mistake and his face suddenly changed. Guang An even shouted angrily, "Trash! What do we do now?" "Don't panic, Your Highness," Gui Ling said in a deep voice. "I've estimated the power of this formation. We should be able to pass through it now." Rays of silver light burst out from his body, and his entire person suddenly turned illusionary. He began to walk toward the array, and he actually passed through several layers smoothly. Xiao's pupils constricted, and he turned them into moonlight as he looked over. His eyes directly penetrated Gui Ling's body and peeked at his meridians and bones. All the bones were silver in color and emitted a silver light, as if they could infinitely turn the body illusory. After taking a few steps, the ghost spirit seemed to be greatly hindered. Countless runes rushed up from the Yin and Yang dust formation and danced in the sky, blocking his steps. At this moment, he slightly bent his body and curled up. Then, Xiao saw the silver light on the bone armor in his body gathering, and runes emerged from his body, connecting with each other in circles. "Ha!" Gui Ling suddenly shouted, his bent body suddenly straightened, and directly shot out. Boom, boom, boom. Many of the formation talismans of the Yin and Yang dust formation were knocked away, and countless runes directly blasted into his body, but came out. The ghost spirit successfully passed through the array under the huge impact and appeared directly inside the array. "All right? Kill him," Guang An shouted excitedly. "Kill him! Kill him now!" Eft. Gui Ling directly spat out a mouthful of blood, obviously suffering from internal injuries. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then looked up at Xiao coldly and said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, your life is coming to an end." "You're injured now," Xiao said with a smile. "You'd better recuperate first before you kill me." "No need," Gui Ling said. "He's just a trash of a 4-star martial emperor." In a flash, a silver light flashed and cut Xiao's throat, causing blood to spray out and spray all over his face. Feeling the warm blood, Gui Ling took back his knife and licked it. He watched the despairing Xiao fall to the ground with no expression on his face. It was as if this was just one of the countless insignificant things he had done. "Ah? Just kill him?" Guang An shrieked in shock, as if he was not satisfied. He said angrily, "You stupid pig! How could he have been killed in one strike? What I want is to slowly skin him alive and pull out his tendons." "I'm sorry, Your Highness, but he's dead," Gui Ling said. With a flash of his right hand, the blade disappeared from his hand. He took a deep breath and prepared to leave through the formation again. Suddenly, his body trembled, and he turned his head in horror. He saw Xiao sitting cross-legged in the same place, and the blood on his face was completely gone. "An illusion?" Gui Ling was shocked. "I told you," Xiao said with a smile. "You'd better recover from your injuries before you kill me." A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, "You killed me with one strike just now, and you've already cut off your own way out. But I can give you a fair chance." Gui Ling's heart trembled as he felt an inexplicable chill and fear in Xiao's eyes. This shocked him. The other party's cultivation was clearly only at the level of a 4-star martial emperor, while he was an advanced 7-star martial emperor. Even if he was injured, killing him should only take a few minutes. "Thanks, but I don't need to rest," he said coldly. Then, with another flash of silver light, he lunged forward and slashed his opponent's neck with the same blade, causing the same blood to spray on his face. "You coward!" "What?" Jiuai Ling was shocked and said seriously, "This move again!" His body instantly turned illusionary and disappeared into nothingness to avoid being ambushed by the other party. "Hee. Hiding is useless to me." Yunxiao's laughter rang out, and then an extremely crisp and trembling bell rang, echoing throughout the entire array. Clang! Clang! Holding the dynasty bell in his hand, Yunxiao kept striking it. The sound of the bell pierced through time and space, reverberating back and forth in front of him and in the endless distance. The entire space was distorted. How can he endure this? Yunxiao laughed. This trick had worked very well when he was dealing with Liang Yui in Songyue City, but the ghost spirit's cultivation base was much stronger. In that case, I'll try this move. His eyes flashed as he raised his hammer and slammed it down. He shouted, 8 notes of heavenly thunder. Dang! The hammer smashed onto the dynasty bell with endless thunder. A thunder dragon burst out in all directions with endless sound waves, rumbling across the sky. Boom! Jiuai Ling finally couldn't hide anymore. The space he was in instantly exploded, and his entire body appeared. He turned into a silver light and rushed up. The silver beam flashed in front of Yunxiao and pierced into his body, but it seemed to have missed. Jiuai Ling was shocked and angry, and said in horror, "Is it still an illusion? If you have the ability, come out and fight me with your true body." Suddenly, his face flickered as he realized that something was wrong. Although Yunxiao had become absent-minded as if he had no strength, he contained an extremely domineering power, and it was getting stronger and stronger. "That's the real one." Yunxiao laughed. "It's the real one." A huge hammer fell from the sky, smashing towards his head. Frightened, the ghost spirit was about to flee, but Yunxiao grabbed him with a thunderous hand and suppressed him on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. Endless thunderbolts fell and poured into the top of Jiuai Ling's head, shaking him until he was dizzy. His already injured body burst open at this moment. Guangyin, who was outside the formation, was already dumbfounded. The endless thunder power bloomed above the ghost spirit's head as if he was watching fireworks. It was brilliant, and his entire person looked exceptionally dazzling and beautiful in the night sky. "No, it's impossible, Ingluo." He watched in a daze as the ghost spirit slowly fell at Yunxiao's feet. With a look of horror on his face, he turned and tried to escape. Suddenly, several figures flashed and appeared in the light beam. It was Guangshun and a few other experts. "10th brother? What are you doing here?" Guangshun's face darkened as he saw the desolated Guangyan. Guangyan's body trembled and he said in horror, I'm Xianxia." His head was covered in cold sweat. If he was found out that he had secretly brought people to pass the formation, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Oh, I'm fine. His Highness Guang, and saw that I was lonely, so he specially came to chat with me." Yunxiao had already put Jiuai Ling's body into the Divine Realm tablet. Apart from the fluctuations of the aura of the battle, there was no trace of anyone else in the array. Yes, we're just chatting. I just remembered that Li Yunxiao is here alone," Guangyan said hurriedly. "He's a friend of your highness, after all. I can't ignore him." Guangshun's pupils constricted and he said softly, "Oh? I didn't expect 10th brother to have such a compassionate heart. I've really misjudged you." Guangyan calmed himself down and said seriously, "I can't be idle every day and do meaningless things to make my brothers and father unhappy. I have to learn to make progress." Guangshun was speechless, not knowing what to say. Although he knew that there must be a reason behind this, he couldn't see anything in the darkness. 10th younger brother has suffered a lot. I'm here to take Yunxiao away under my father's order." Guangyan was taken aback. "Li Yunxiao?" he asked. "Li Yunxiao? Why did you mention him? This is my father's business. How would I know?" Guangshun replied indifferently. With a wave of his hand, the experts behind him immediately stepped forward and began to open the array. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with suspicion as he wondered if Guangxian was going to deal with him. His top priority should have been to kill Guang Yuan. Li Yunxiao, come with me. Guang Shun looked at him indifferently and waved his hand. A light flashed in the darkness, and the next moment, everyone appeared in the teleportation array at the bottom of the sea. The group of people quickly arrived at the palace. The palace was resplendent with gold and jade. Beads of various colors decorated the palace in a resplendent manner. Several pillars were carved with dragons and phoenixes, and thousands of different marine races were depicted under them. As soon as he stepped into the palace, he immediately felt a vast amount of spiritual power flowing into his body. He felt that his realm was about to rise with every breath he took. The seawater in the palace was full of liquefied spiritual energy. It was not Yunxiao's first time here, so he knew that several extremely powerful arrays had been set up nearby, one of which was a large-scale spirit-gathering array. Not to mention that the spirit vein here was extremely strong. Just the resources contributed by the major races each year were enough to maintain the entire palace's liquefaction. They strongly demand that I be locked up in the palace. Yunxiao sighed. I promise that I won't escape before I reach the peak of the martial supreme realm. Peak of martial emperor? You really dare to say that? The ignorant are truly fearless. Guang Shun sneered. I can't, Yunxiao said. I'm looking forward to it. Guang Shun was taken aback as he looked at Yunxiao thoughtfully. With an indifferent expression, Yunxiao stepped straight into the palace and followed the crowd to the great hall. There were already many strong cultivators standing in the hall. Only Guangxian was sitting peacefully on the supreme throne, closing his eyes and meditating. The rest of the people did not dare to make a sound to break the silence. Water Fairy had changed into a light blue dress and was sitting quietly to the left of Guangxian. She was like a cold flower. As the sound of footsteps came, her expression changed and she hurriedly stood up. She saw the person clearly and said with great joy, Li Yunxiao. The silence of the entire palace was broken by this sound. Everyone frowned and looked in the direction of the footsteps. Guangxian also slowly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed across his eyes. Father, I've brought Li Yunxiao. Guangshun stepped forward and bowed. He then nodded and smiled at Water Deity before retreating to the side. Water Deity looked at Yunxiao and said with joy, Li Yunxiao, are you all right? It's good, Yunxiao said with a smile. Lord Guangxian has been very hospitable to me. The living environment was very elegant and quiet, suitable for cultivation. From time to time, they would even send people to chat with me to relieve my boredom. I would like to thank the royal family and the Eastern Sea for allowing me to advance by 1 star. Guang'an, who was listening at the side, was frightened and his face turned pale. Guangxian's pupils constricted as he stared at Yunxiao with a sharp gaze. Yunxiao had indeed advanced by 1 star. Really? I knew they wouldn't dare to do anything to you, Narcissus said smugly. Humph. If they dare to mess around, I'll smash this palace to pieces. Everyone frowned, but they didn't say anything. How could we neglect the princess's friend? Guangshun laughed. Lord Guangxian, you're too polite, Yunxiao said. I'm sorry to stay here. Guangshun smiled. This brother Yunxiao who's being polite. Don't worry and stay here until you reach the peak of the martial supreme realm. There is no banquet in the world that doesn't end, Yunxiao said. I'll leave sooner or later. Why don't I say goodbye to you now? The two of them spoke coldly without any emotion in their voices, causing the entire hall to turn cold. Guangxin snorted and interrupted the two's argument. Li Yunxiao, I've called you here to discuss letting you go. Yunxiao looked surprised and said, That's impossible, right? Did I hear it wrong? Of course, I'm not letting you leave for free. Guangxian snorted. The Rainbow Stone incident caused countless deaths and injuries to the two races and also brought a great crisis to the Eastern Sea. You are the main responsibility for all of this. Also, the Neon Twin Stone Kasaya. Yunxiao waved his hand impatiently. All right. What are your conditions? Just tell me. They were both smart people. As soon as Yunxiao heard so many high-sounding words, he knew that the other party was going to state his conditions. His attitude immediately caused the people in the hall to be extremely dissatisfied, especially the intimate look he had with the water deity earlier, which made the hearts of several crown princes erupt like a volcano. He had tried all sorts of ways to please her, but it was hard to make the water deity smile. However, as soon as this guy appeared, he made the water deity smile like a flower bud. This kind of psychological gap made them, who were born to be superior, extremely angry. Li Yunxiao, what kind of attitude is that? Show me some respect in front of my father. One of the crown princes bellowed in rage. Oh? What did the crown prince say? My ears aren't very good. Please speak louder. Yunxiao turned his face sideways with a smile, as if he were listening carefully. I say, what kind of attitude is this? I'm asking you to speak with more respect in front of father. The crown prince's voice rose by a few decibels as he glared at the crown prince. What? I still can't hear you clearly. Repeat. Are you deaf? I told you to show some respect. Show some respect. Did you hear me? The crown prince's face turned red as he shouted the last few words. He paused after each word and used all his strength. We've only said a few words. Why is the crown prince's neck all red? But I still can't hear you clearly, Yunxiao said confusedly. Can you please speak louder? You coward. The crown prince's eyes almost popped out of their sockets in anger. His entire upper body transformed into a dragon as he circulated his essence force and unleashed an extremely powerful sound wave technique. He roared, I'm telling you to show some respect. Boom, boom, boom. The entire hall shook violently under his roar, and the earth and mountains shook. A few nearby shrimp soldiers and crab generals were even killed on the spot. They screamed and exploded. Yunxiao's body glowed with a golden light, and he stood still under the concentrated bombardment of the sound waves. After the crown prince roared, he seemed to be very satisfied with the effect of his power. He said proudly, Deaf, did you hear me clearly now? Yunxiao pricked up his ears and said in surprise, What? Your Highness, what did you just say? You! The crown prince suddenly felt a lump in his chest, as if a huge rock had blocked his windpipe, making it difficult for him to breathe. His face gradually turned red, then purple, then pale, and finally he spat out a mouthful of blood. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fell backward, his aura greatly weakened. Li Yunxiao, you're so bad. The water deity laughed. You made him so angry that he vomited blood. Yunxiao shrugged and laughed. I can't help it. This is how we deal with jokers. Just let them kill themselves with their own jokes. He. Water deity covered her mouth and laughed. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the sea water. Her demeanor was outstanding, and everyone who saw her felt their hearts flutter. Their throats were dry. The crown prince's mind was already damaged, and his breathing was weak. When he heard the beauty's ridicule, he spat out another mouthful of blood in shame and anger and fainted. Guangxian's brows trembled slightly and he shook his head. This small change was noticed by Guangxun, and he couldn't help but smile in his heart. He knew that this child had already been abandoned by his father in his heart. Such a heart was of no use. He had lost yet another opponent. Brother Yunxiao is too mischievous, Guangxun said with a smile. You'd better listen to father's words so as not to delay official business. He had a good impression of Yunxiao. In his eyes, Yunxiao had his own extraordinary qualities, and perhaps he could use them. As for the water deity, he was also trying his best to fight for her. But he did not regard Yunxiao as a love rival, because the water deity's status was so high that she could never marry a human. If things really developed to that point, as long as he spread the news of their love, the experts of the Ocean Emperor Palace would get rid of Yunxiao for him. It's not that I don't want to listen, Yunxiao said with a smile. It's your brother who interrupted me out of thin air. Guangxun chuckled but did not speak. The other crown princes glared at him. Guangxun was overjoyed when he saw this. He thought that it would be best for his younger brothers to have more conflicts with Yunxiao, so that the latter could work harder and help him eliminate more competitors. Li Yunxiao, Guangxian snorted coldly. You're a smart man, so I won't beat around the bush with you. It's not a problem if you want to leave, but you have to go to a place for me and take out 2 things. What? Xiao asked in surprise. Where and what? Guangshen's expression suddenly changed and he said in shock, Father, could it be Xinjin? He's just an outsider. How can we enter the Rain Land? What? Rain Land? Everyone in the hall trembled in shock, disbelief on their faces. Rain, Xiao said softly. Obviously, this place was very unfamiliar. He looked at the water deity who was also confused. Guangshen said, Father wants him to obtain the essence blood of the ancestral dragon and the dragon-shaking hammer. Not to mention that his strength is low and his status is high. The rest of the sea race also said, Please reconsider, Your Majesty. I've been thinking about this for a long time, Guangshen said. It's not suitable for us to enter the Rainy Land. Li Yunxiao may be the best candidate. Guanglu also said in a deep voice, This man is just a piece of trash who's a 4-star martial emperor. It's as easy as flipping one's hand to find a 4-star martial emperor among the sea race who meets the conditions. He's an outsider after all. If he destroys this place, the consequences will be too serious. I don't know what you're talking about, Yunxiao said, but I think it's very powerful. I'm truly surprised that Lord Guangshen thinks so highly of me. It's all because one person recommended you, and I believe in his judgment. Guangshen looked at him with a complicated expression. Who? Yunxiao asked. Bo Yuqing, Guangxian said. Most of the people in the hall were stunned, clearly not knowing who this person was. Only the crown prince and a few others understood, and their faces were filled with shock. Father, why would you trust a human so much, and a prisoner at that? Guangshen asked in shock. Although Bo Yuqing is a prisoner, his identity is extremely unique, and his abilities are extraordinary, Guangshen said. I believe in the person he recommended. Guangshen looked at Yunxiao, as if he wanted to see through him, or to verify it from him. Where's Bo Yuqing? Yunxiao smiled wryly. Call him out. I promise I won't beat him to death. Bo Yuqing is currently cultivating in seclusion to recover his strength, Guangshen said. Li Yunxiao, will you let me down? Lord Guangshen, Yunxiao said. Why do you have such confidence in me? Because if you can't succeed, you'll die, Guangshen said with a rare smile. You dare to kill him? The water deity was shocked. Do you really want to disobey my imperial father's decree? If I don't kill him, but fail to go to the Rain Land, I'll never be able to come out, Guangshen said. Don't go. Water deity looked at Yunxiao and said, Let them go by themselves. Guanglu snorted in extreme dissatisfaction. Humph! Your Highness, we're not willing to let this kid go in. The Rain Land is a place only the powerhouses of the royal family can enter, and it's a great honor to be able to enter. Even us crown princes don't have that right. Father, I'm not willing to let him in, he shouted. Guangshen's eyes flashed. Not convinced. We can follow the rules of our sea race and fight if you're not convinced. Moreover, I'm also very curious about Bo Yuqing's admiration. Yes, Guanglu was overjoyed. Father! He flicked his cloak and pointed at Yunxiao as he shouted, Come out! Yunxiao touched the bridge of his nose and said with a wry smile, It's better for your Highness to go. I really don't have the right to compete with your Highness for that Rain Land. It's not up to you to decide whether you want to fight or not, Guanglu sneered. He looked at the water deity and mocked. Furthermore, this battle is not only a battle for the right to enter the Rain Land, but also a battle between you and me. The loser will never be able to see Princess Water Fairy again. The water deity's expression changed drastically. Guanglu, she said in shock and anger. I thought you were a good person. Why are you so bad? Guanglu said, Princess Water Fairy, this human is not worthy of being your friend. You are the princess of the Bo family who is respected by the 4 seas. You must have the corresponding identity to be worthy of him. Don't be fooled by this smooth-tongued pretty boy. I hate pretty boys the most in my life. What? Yunxiao flicked his hair and said, Being handsome attracts hatred. The water deity said coldly, Why do you care who I make friends with? However, from now on, I don't want to see you anymore. You! Guang Lu was furious. His hard work over the past few days had gone down the drain. He roared, Li Yunxiao, I'll kill you today. Yunxiao was completely speechless. He said innocently, This really is the flying flowers of June. What does it have to do with me? It doesn't matter if you're related or not. You must die, Guangla said coldly. A black shadow flashed out of his body and struck down from the sky. Yunxiao fixed his eyes on it and saw that it was a long black whip, which was whipping the mountains and rivers with great power. He gently pushed the water deity away and stomped on the ground. He turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from the palace. Boom! The long black whip smashed a huge hole in the ground, and the entire palace trembled. The countless tiny thunderbolts suddenly gathered above the palace and transformed into Yunxiao's true body, which was stuck to a huge jade pillar carved with a dragon. Come, give me a whip. That huge jade pillar carved with a dragon was one of the main pillars of the hall. If it were to take a hit from Guang Li's whip, it would definitely collapse. Are all humans so despicable, cowardly, and afraid of death? Guang Lu roared. If I say yes, Yunxiao said with a smile, will you let me go? Of course not, Guang Lu said fiercely. Then why are you still asking? Yunxiao asked. Arg! You should die. Guang Lu suddenly rushed forward, a short pitch-black dagger in his left hand. It was just an ordinary 9th-tier profound armament, but it was already an extraordinary treasure among the sea race. Swish! He didn't dare to use too violent a move near the main pillar, so he directly used the dagger to cut the seawater open. Yunxiao chuckled, then turned into a shadow and disappeared from the main pillar again. Don't run! Guang Li's figure flashed and he chased after him again. The two of them chased each other in the hall like they were playing a game, and everyone frowned. Guangxin looked at it for a while and also revealed a dissatisfied expression. He raised his hand and shouted, The water element of the world! An extremely powerful water element spread out in the air, instantly binding the two of them. Guang Lu struggled with all his might for a few moments, but he realized that no matter how he moved, his body could not move forward or backward. It was as if he was frozen in space. Yunxiao, on the other hand, was very calm. He had experienced the power of heaven, earth, and water in his previous life. It was impossible to break it without a superb sword move, and it could only be manipulated. Go! Guangxin shouted, and the two of them immediately flew out of the palace. The scenery around the two of them changed, and in an instant, they arrived on an empty platform. Guangxin's cold voice came through the secret sound transmission. If you can't satisfy me, I won't let you go easily even with the Sea Emperor's decree, unless you use a supreme-grade profound-level weapon to redeem your life. So, your only choice is to work for me. But before that, you have to prove that you have the right. The people in the palace also appeared one after another, standing around and looking at them coldly. Only the water deity did not appear, and no one knew where Guangxin had taken her. Haha! Let's see how you're going to escape now. Today's battle is not only a battle for the right to enter the Rainland, but also a battle for the right to pursue Princess Water Fairy, Guangla said coldly. The loser will lose his right forever. I don't want either of the two qualifications you mentioned, Yunxiao said bitterly. If you want them, you can have them. Cut the crap. Will the weak always choose to run away? Guangla gave a loud cry as the shadow of the whip in his hand filled the sky. In order to prevent Yunxiao from escaping again, he launched a large-scale attack. The shadow of the whip fell everywhere, like dragons and snakes dancing, and it was impossible to tell whether it was real or fake. Yunxiao was puzzled. It was not up to him to fight or not, and he could not use his ultimate technique. Otherwise, if Guangxin recognized his identity, not even a god could save him. Under the shadow of the whip, the sky was sealed. With a flash of light in Yunxiao's hand, ice and frost emerged on the cold sword, and a layer of crystals appeared around him. Then, a sword barrier opened up and protected him. Bang, bang, bang! The whip shadows that filled the sky smashed onto the barrier and exploded. The ice crystals were also shattered. However, the barrier created by the extremely powerful sword chi did not move at all. What? Everyone was taken aback. Even if Guangla could not kill Yunxiao with one move, he should have at least been seriously injured and sent flying, but he was unscathed. Other than Guangxian and Guangin, everyone else was stunned for a moment, and their faces were filled with curiosity. The duel that he had thought would be a one-in-a-million fight seemed to have become more interesting. There was a strange look of ridicule in Guang An's eyes as he sneered inwardly. He had seen Yunxiao kill Gui Ling, a 7-stars martial emperor, with little effort. Although Gui Ling was injured at the time, the gap between a high-level martial emperor and a mid-level martial emperor was impassable. However, this lowly human not only crossed it, but he also crossed it easily. A strong sense of jealousy welled up in his heart. How good would it be if he was the one with such strength? At this moment, he really hoped that the two of them would die together. That would be great. It's an anomaly for a 4-star martial emperor to withstand one of my attacks. That's good too. I thought it would be a boring battle, Guangla said after he regained his senses. It's boring, Yunxiao said with a smile. It's boring. Cheap people are just pretentious. Guang Lu gave a loud shout and the long whip in his hand struck down from the sky. With a PA sound, the entire space moved and a huge pressure as heavy as a mountain came from the sky. The entire seabed cracked open and the earth shook. Yunxiao raised the sword with both hands and thrust it forward. He became one with the sword, and golden runes flew out one after another. His entire body turned into a beam of sword light, cutting through the endless pressure and shooting up into the sky. Then he slashed down with the 1,000-feet Howren sword technique, splitting the earth for 1,000 miles. At this moment, he could only rely on the rules of sword to fight Guangla. He did not dare to use his sword moves at all. Guang Lu was secretly shocked. The power that the other party had unleashed had already reached the level of a high-level martial supreme. Moreover, it looked like he was doing it with ease. Cloud Dragon Slash. The jet-black dagger in his left hand flashed with a black light, and he slashed out. Boom! The two slashes collided, directly evaporating the seawater. The seawater kept boiling, and the surroundings were filled with bubbling bubbles like white smoke. How could this be? Evenly matched. All the Sea Clan members looked at him in horror. They had truly felt the power of Yunxiao's sword, and it was indeed no weaker than Guangla's. Humph, cunning humans. You're just relying on the advantage of that profound level weapon. That sword is indeed famous. Just one look at it and I feel cold all over. Humans do have an advantage in terms of profound level weapons. This kind of duel should abandon weapons and fight with bare hands. The Sea Race members began to feel dissatisfied and stood up for Guangla. If you don't understand, then shut up. What do you guys know? Guang and screeched. Even if that Li Yunxiao doesn't use his sword, he won't lose. Everyone frowned and revealed a disdainful expression. If we don't understand, do you think a good-for-nothing like you will? Guang Shun responded softly. 10th brother, you seem to think very highly of that Li Yunxiao, don't you? A hint of panic flashed across Guang An's face. He was afraid that someone would see through him, but he still straightened his back arrogantly and said, That's right. I don't think that Li Yunxiao is a simple man, and he has a high chance of defeating Guangla. I'm just feeling sorry for Yunxiao. Guang Shun had a suspicious look and said softly, I also believe that this Li Yunxiao is not simple, but I don't really believe that he can defeat my 4th brother. His eyes flashed as he chanted, You must know that this 4th brother of mine is also not simple. Guangla stared at Yunxiao for a while and said, Your strength is indeed unexpected, but you still don't have the qualifications to go to the Rainland and pursue Princess Waterfairy. Next, I'll treat you as an official opponent. You should be proud of yourself for the rest of your life. Yunxiao's heart was gradually filled with anger as well, and he said coldly, Can we use our strength to speak? It's not the mouth. Haha. You really deserve to die. Guangla laughed hideously and said with ill intentions, You probably don't know how terrifying a high-level martial supreme can be. Do you? Haha. You really deserve to die. Guangla laughed hideously and said with ill intentions, You probably don't know how terrifying a high-level martial supreme can be. Do you? I really don't know, Xianxia said coldly. I'm waiting for Lord Guangla to show me. I'll fulfill your wish. Let's go. Guanglu shouted, and the aura on his body suddenly burst out. The strength of his dragon breath rose steadily, and it instantly rose to the peak of a 7 stars martial emperor. Die! The long whip in his hand trembled, and pa-pa-pa sounds rang out from the body of the whip. It gradually transformed into the shadow of a dragon, roaring as it charged down from the sky. Xianxia stared at the long whip, and his pupils gradually dilated. The long whip was actually refined from the corpse of a subdragon, with more than 90% of its body intact. This was also because the sea race lacked alchemists, but they had too many natural treasures. Otherwise, if such treasures were refined by the sea of soul formation, the quality would at least be improved by several levels. Humph! Xianxia snorted lightly as he raised his cold sword, sending out ancient Maha characters. His entire body was as still as a mountain, and a huge sword shadow appeared. Blue cold air scattered, and a dark shadow appeared on the transparent body of the sword. One sword to slash the heavens. The cold sword and frost let out a clang, and an ear-piercing sword cry spread across the entire seabed. Swish! The sword chi cut through the seawater and headed toward the long dragon. Boom! The huge sword shadow was extremely sharp as it directly pierced through the long dragon's throat. Die! Guang Li's eyes were filled with rage as he shouted. He suddenly put his hands together and quickly formed a seal. The long whip in the sky that had been shaken off by the sword chi instantly opened up and became more than 10 times thicker, revealing the true form of this profound-level weapon. Suddenly, its ferocity increased greatly, and its eyes flickered with a dark green light. That's right, Guangla said proudly. I found someone to refine this alternative dragon's body into a puppet. Its physical strength is 10 times stronger than before, and it's hard for any weapon to hurt it. Let's see how you're going to deal with this. Kill! He shouted as he changed the hand seal. The scales on the dragon-shaped puppet's body opened up one by one, turning into countless sharp triangular pieces of iron, which rushed down. Xianxia sneered as he held the sword in front of him and shouted, "One sword to slash the ground!" He charged forward with his sword in hand, only to see a flash of cold sword chi. Bang! The dragon-shaped puppet exploded in an instant. Its throat was pierced through by the cold sword, and Xianxia's entire body went through. The puppet let out a loud roar. It seemed to have suffered some damage and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Guanglu was dumbfounded. Even he would find it difficult to break through the defense of the alternative dragon puppet. How could it be that the puppet was like a piece of tofu in the hands of the other party? Damn it! He roared and changed his hand seal. He leaped into the sky again and roared. Guanglu leaped up and stepped on the dragon's head. The black dagger in his hand was unsealed and turned into a long sword. It gave off a cold light and he said coldly, "Enough playing!" "Oh!" Xianxia smiled contemptuously, and a cold gleam flickered in his eyes as he said, "Since that's the case, I'm not in the mood to play monkey with you." He quickly formed hand seals with both hands and transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. At the same time, a huge black Dharmakaya appeared behind him and descended into the deep sea. What? Guangxian's heart trembled. The oceanic species experts who had participated in the subduing of the devil were also greatly shocked. They revealed an expression of shock. Guanglu was also stunned. He could not see the face of the dark demonic figure behind Xianxia at all, but it gave him an extreme shock. The black demonic figure formed a hand seal and slapped down from the sky. His 5 fingers were like mountains, pressing down on the bottom of the sea. Boom, boom, boom! The entire sea water boiled, and the immense water pressure burst out layer by layer, pressing down on the dragon-shaped puppet. The sound of bones cracking could be heard all over its body, and it was actually unable to move, could only struggle slightly. Guanglu was shocked. The black sword in his left hand exuded a demonic and evil power. He slashed out a sword talisman and stabbed out in the air. Swish! A gap was created by the endless water pressure, and the violent force was dispersed in all directions. Suddenly, Guang Li's body trembled. Above the boiling sea water, an extremely strong ray of light descended rapidly. One could vaguely see that it was in the shape of a huge sword, and all kinds of golden runes were dancing around it. Outside the sword shape, there were 15 sharp weapons that were arranged in a strange position, forming a sword diagram. In that instant, before he could come to his senses, he was already within the sword formation, and a terrifying sword chi that could destroy the heavens and earth pounced at him. Damn it! Guangla roared in shock and anger. A large amount of evil chi gushed out from the black sword in his hand. Black patterns rolled out and shot out 10 black lights in all directions. Boom! 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 The black sword chi rampaged through the million sword illustration, stirring up chi activity, but it could not shake the million sword illustration. Your Highness, is this the power of a high-level martial supreme? I've already experienced it, so it can end now. Xianxia's cold voice rang out as he performed an incantation gesture. The sword diagram began to spin, and the sword momentum suddenly increased. The sharp sword chi instantly turned into boundless killing intent, spreading out below. Even the experts in the distance were shocked. Ha ha ha! Guang'an laughed out loud and said smugly, "Didn't I tell you? Li Yunxiao can easily kill Guangla." Humph! Guangxian's eyes flickered with surprise as he looked at Guang, and with a profound look. He was so frightened that his face turned pale and he hurriedly shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. Don't underestimate me. Guang Lu was shocked and furious. The boundless killing intent directly invaded his skin, causing him to tremble. A sense of humiliation spread through his body. His eyes turned red, and he no longer dared to hide his strength. Boom, boom, boom. A series of popping sounds burst out from Guang Li's body as dragon breath burst out. He had directly crossed over the realm of a 7-stars martial emperor and stepped into the 8-stars realm. Guang Shun's expression changed drastically. His entire person turned dark, and his eyes were unperceivably cold. All kinds of shocked voices followed one after another, all of them greatly shocked. His Highness Guangla has also become an 8-stars martial emperor. It's amazing. His Highness Guangla has always been extremely talented and hardworking. Finally, the heavenly Tao rewards the hard work. In this case, there are 4 crown princes above the rank of 8-stars martial emperor. It's really the good fortune of Dong Hai. Guangxian, on the other hand, had no expression on his face. He just watched the changes in the situation quietly, but his eyes were focused on Yunxiao, not letting go of any of his movements. Lowly human, it was you who forced me to display all my strength. You'll have to pay the price for this. Guang Lu roared. The conflicts between any of the great clans in the 4 seas were extremely intense, especially as the crown prince. There was a possibility of death if one was not careful. Therefore, every talented crown prince would cultivate with all his might. Every bit of strength they gained would increase their chances of survival. Once Guang Lu exposed his power as an 8-stars martial emperor, he would inevitably be involved in the fight between the top few crown princes. Among the 4 crown princes who were 8 stars and above, he was the weakest and would most likely be the first to be eliminated. If Guangxian and the other powerhouses were not watching this battle, he would rather admit defeat than reveal his trump card. Now, his anger had turned into boundless fierceness, and he was going to take all the blame on Yunxiao. Guang Lu cast an incantation seal into the puppet under his feet. The same dragon breath shot out and formed vortexes of different sizes in the air. The dragon-shaped energy on his body and the power of the puppet suddenly merged together and twisted into a rope. It spread out within the sword picture and swept away the killing sword intent. The dragon fights in the wild. An earth-shattering roar rang out as the mixed dragon breath power on Guang Li's body broke through the restraints of the sword diagram. Bang! 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 The 15 northern heaven-cold star swords were continuously shaken off from the array position, making a clattering sound. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, but there was no emotion in them. Instead, he changed the spell in his hand. The huge black shadow behind him also transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. The arms' postures were different, and one of the arms had an additional illusionary weapon that looked like a saber. So what if you broke the sword formation? Xianxiao's voice was cold and emotionless. The true fiend Dharma idol's hands formed an imprint, and a vast power spread out. The golden Maha ancient characters appeared on the handprint, and the surroundings were filled with monstrous demonic qi. The golden holy radiance and the dark demonic energy intertwined, forming a sharp contrast. Guangxian's eyes were filled with shock, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Xiaoming Royal Seal. Break! Yunxiao cried out as the golden seal fell from the giant true devil's hand and pressed down on Guangla, who had broken through the sword diagram. The Ming King seal was a magic art recorded on the cauldron of mountain and river, and it could only be used with spiritual power. However, when the experts of the sea race had besieged Di had used the power of demonic qi to activate the Daqiao Bugong sword, which had also triggered the Maha ancient character, which had greatly inspired him. Later, after sealing Bo Yuqing's meteorites, Yunxiao began to try to use them with his devil essence. He failed a few times at first, but with his amazing understanding of seals, he made a slight change and created this seal. Although it was not as powerful as the Bright King seal, it was still powerful enough to suppress everything. Boom! The huge seal formed by the seal of Little Bright slammed into Guang Li's dragon qi. It was as if the sky had covered the top and directly crushed down. The dragon breath of Guangla and the puppet was directly shattered. Guanglu roared in anger. Like a trapped beast, he was still fighting. His body kept changing, revealing his true body. He roared as he tried to break through all the shackles. You won't die if you don't seek death. It's your fate to be suppressed by me. Yunxiao's eyes were still as clear as water, without a trace of emotion. He raised his hand, and the cold sword, Frost, was raised in the air. Streams of cold air shot out, and the sound of weapon chiming rang out. The true fiend Dharma idol also raised the hand that was holding the illusory blade. The two of them did the same action and pointed directly at Guanglu. One sword strike. As the cold sword was thrust forward, countless sword rules appeared around it and gathered on the sword. The triple slash was a type of extremely high-level sword intent, which was in line with the Tao of the sword. The saber projection above the giant true devil spirit also slashed down, directly draining the surrounding seawater, and a terrifying black saber projection descended from the sky. He had just rushed back from the banquet to write, but the gods were still in a daze. The illusory blade and cold sword combined into one. The black and white blade aura and sword qi instantly slashed onto Guang Li's body, crushing the endless dragon breath. Boom, boom, boom. The black and white light struck Guang Li's body directly, and with a loud bang, he was thrown into the depths of the sea. The entire ground shook and the mountains trembled. The ground cracked for thousands of miles, and mud was stirred up. The area within a radius of thousands of meters was stained with mud. Everyone looked over in shock and saw that Guang Li's puppet weapon had already been cut into 3 pieces and scattered on the ground. Guang Lu was nowhere to be seen. Guang Shun's face was filled with shock, his heart in turmoil. Yunxiao's saber and sword moves were no longer beneath his strength. A sense of absurdity spread in his heart that a 4-star martial emperor had the power to compete with him. He wasn't the only one. All the oceanic species experts had solemn expressions. In the endless light, Yunxiao retracted his avatar, and the cold sword, Ice, disappeared from his hand as he slowly descended from the sky. There was complete silence. Gulp! Guang swallowed his saliva with difficulty and said, "Is he dead? Are you dead?" "I'm fine," Yunxiao said. Fortunately, Lord Guangla showed mercy. "I'm fine. However, I don't know if Lord Guangla is dead or not." Everyone's face turned livid. They could see that this man was calm and composed. He had blasted an 8-stars martial emperor into oblivion with just 2 moves. Moreover, he had only shown the cultivation base of a 4-star martial emperor from the beginning to the end. This was too hard for them to accept. Pa! 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 Not bad, Guangxian praised, clapping his hands. The person Bo Yuqing recommended is indeed quite capable. I'm even more at ease now. Lord Guangxian, this human has acted recklessly and should be killed, one of the oceanic species experts said angrily. Please allow me to take him down. The elemental energy in his body surged in anger, and the powerful force caused the seawater around his skin to evaporate continuously. It even directly pushed away the seawater, creating a vacuum. Guangxian said indifferently, Guangla has overestimated himself and brought humiliation upon himself. Who can he blame? As the crown prince, he can't judge the situation and count the number of wins. Today's defeat is his greatest gain. No one dared to make a sound, each with a different expression, each deep in thought. Guangxun's eyes flickered as he looked at Yunxiao with a profound look. Li Yunxiao, come with me. Guangxian flicked his sleeves and walked into the palace. No one dared to follow him, so Yunxiao followed him slowly. The entire palace was empty except for the two of them, one in front and one behind. Their figures seemed a little bleak. Li Yunxiao, do you know where the Rainland is? Guangxian said slowly. I don't know, Yunxiao said. But I don't know why you want an outsider like me to go. Any of the experts out there would be stronger than me. Guangxian looked at this human, and the shock in his heart grew stronger and stronger. He suddenly asked, have we met before? Of course not. Yunxiao was startled. Why do you say that? Guangxian's eyes were filled with confusion as he said, because you give me the feeling that you're someone. Yunxiao breathed a sigh of relief. I don't think it's reliable, he said. Is that so? That unruly gaze and calm demeanor are almost exactly the same, Guangxian said indifferently. Where is Lord Guangxian's friend now? Yunxiao asked, his heart stirred. A cold glint flashed in Guangxian's eyes as he said, that person is not my friend. That person is extremely famous among the human race. I'm sure you've heard of him. 1,000 years of wind and clouds are all laughed away, and the world will shine from the past to the present. Yunxiao, he was secretly on guard. At Guangxian's level, his perception of all things was very strong and very accurate. Although he had changed his appearance completely, his personality and attitude could not be changed no matter what. Are you talking about Gu Feiyang, the martial sovereign vanquisher? Yunxiao asked. Guangxian's face was frosty as he said, it's this person. I'm sure you're aware of the enmity between him and my sea race. Perhaps Ing Luo, geniuses like you all have the same temperament. You're too kind, Lord Guangxian, Yunxiao said, wiping his sweat. Yunxiao had never dreamed that the two great enemies of his previous life would be able to talk so freely like friends. It was a wonderful feeling. Moreover, the enmity between the two had been going on for a long time. Moreover, Gu Feiyang was indeed dead. There was no need to harp on the previous matter. During the trip to the Eastern Sea, everyone had their own standpoints and there was no right or wrong. Moreover, he was proud and arrogant at that time, and the sea race was arrogant and conceited. The conflict broke out with a little contact. Now, he was more mature than he was in his previous life, and Guangxian seemed to be different. Let's talk business, Guangxian said. Do you know why I value the rainbow stone so much that I'm willing to start a war between the two races to find it? That's what I don't understand, Yunxiao said solemnly. I don't understand. If Lord Guangxian wanted to use it to cultivate his dual-pole body, he would not have allowed it to transform into a spirit on its own and leave. Could it be that it has other uses besides cultivating the dual-extreme body? The dual-polarity body, Guangxian said. You also know about this? Bo Yuqing should have told you, right? His voice sank as he said, that's right. The existence of the rainbow stone is related to the life and death of the sea around the Eastern Sea Palace. Yunxiao listened quietly. Guangxian's expression was very serious. You know about the first migration of the palace. That rainbow stone does not belong to the East Sea. It was obtained by a genius ancestor from God knows where. He used it to cultivate the extreme yang divine body, and he succeeded. Yunxiao trembled and asked, what does it mean to succeed in cultivating it? All 8 gates are open. Guangxian nodded and said, indeed. All 8 gates are open. That ancestor was indeed a peerless genius among the 4 seas. It's a pity that he's still not satisfied even after cultivating the extreme yang divine body. He even peeked at the demon master's clone that's suppressed under the palace. I understand what happened next, Xianxia said. That ancestor sneaked into the seal, released the demon lord, and was possessed by him. Hence, the suppression of the lotus platform was broken and the entire spiritual vein at the bottom of the sea was completely cut off. That's right, Guangxin said. That senior's talent was something that we could never hope to match. Not only did he release the Devil Lord, but he also refined the Devil Essence and destroyed the original consciousness of the Devil Lord's clone. An extreme yang body and the power of Devil Essence, Xianxia said in horror. Who in the world can match him? Guangxin looked at him with a strange expression and said, just the extreme yang body and Devil Essence. Do you really think it's that powerful? Di has 2 extreme bodies and a few clones, but it seems that he is only so powerful, right? That's because Di has not fully absorbed Xiaohong's power, Xianxia said in a deep voice. After all, they have 2 divine senses inside. As he said that, Xianxia suddenly recalled the look in Xiaohong's eyes, and he could not help but feel his heart ache. He continued, since that ancestor was able to break the seal, he must have been a great expert of this generation. With all 8 gates open and the help of Devil Essence, I'm not far from God Realm, he muttered. I wonder what happened to this senior after that? Could it be that the 4 seas have joined forces to suppress it? Guangxin's brows locked together and he revealed a pondering expression. He muttered to himself, I don't know. What? You don't know? The answer shocked Xianxia. How can I not know? At the very least, this rainbow stone is here. That senior must have died, right? Guangxin shook his head and said, it's exactly as you've guessed. That ancestor has few rivals in the current world. Even the Ocean Emperor of that generation was far inferior to him. After that ancestor refined his devil essence, he was indeed possessed by evil, causing the 4 seas to join forces to suppress him. But the result was a failure. Failed? Xianxia frowned. Failed? Could it be that the ancestor was also seriously injured and gradually died? Guangxin sighed. It's said that in that battle, that ancestor killed all the powerhouses of the 4 seas and severely injured the Ocean Emperor of that generation. After that, he left behind the rainbow stone and resealed the devil essence before disappearing without a trace. The hall was completely silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Have you thought of something? Guangxin suddenly asked. He could not help but ask when he saw Xianxia looking a little dazed. After he asked, he laughed. How could such a young 4-star martial emperor know so much? However, as the 2 of them conversed, he unconsciously felt that the other party was an old friend that he had not seen in a long time. He did not know why he had such a strange feeling. I wonder if Lord Guangxin has noticed a phenomenon, Xianxia said. These sages of the past and legendary powerhouses seem to have disappeared in the end. Guangxin was stunned. His expression changed drastically and he began to ponder. I don't know about the situation of the sea race, Xianxia said. But, in the end, no one can tell where the few powerhouses of the human race went. It seems that they just disappeared into thin air, leaving behind countless legends of them stepping into the immortal realm. He thought about the lost space that Yifan mentioned. Could it be that all the experts went to search for the lost space? Did anyone succeed? He suddenly felt a surge of hot blood in his heart, as if he wanted to follow the footsteps of these ancestors and walk toward the uncertain future. Guangxin was also silent. Xianxia's words seemed to have made him ponder deeply. I don't know why, but I actually feel like we hit it off when we talk, he slowly said. It's good that we hit it off, Xianxia said with a smile. Maybe you'll let me go when you're happy. Guangxin coldly snorted and laughed as well. It's troublesome if we hit it off. Maybe I'll like you and make you stay in the East Sea as a guest forever. I'm not someone to be trifled with, Xianxia chuckled. Can you really trap me for the rest of my life? Oh, Guangxin was surprised and said, don't tell me you're still confident in escaping? If it wasn't for the fact that the matter of the Rainland is too important, I would really like to make a bet with you. There will be chances in the future, Xianxia murmured. What's going on with the rain? Guangxin stared at him and said, You're very confident, and it's extreme. It's extreme confidence. You're so confident that people think you're crazy or that you're extremely ignorant and stupid. However, the truth is the complete opposite. Guangxin stared at Xianxia and said, Not only are you not ignorant or stupid, but you are also extremely intelligent and knowledgeable. That's why I'm really curious. What kind of person are you? Xianxia met his questioning gaze and said indifferently, What you see is what you see. Whatever Lord Guangxin thinks is what you see. If that's the case, then I'm the one who's being pretentious, Guangxin said indifferently. Yes, Xianxia said with a smile. The two of them were speechless, and the entire hall fell silent. After a long time, Guangxin sighed. Your heart is higher than I expected. I originally thought that Bo Yuqing was already a genius among your human race. You were even higher than him. That rainy place? Xianxia said with a wry smile. Maybe he's more suitable than me. I've been considering him from the start, Guangxin said. Now I realize that you're not much weaker than him. You might even be stronger in other aspects. The so-called Rainland is the place where all the raindrops gather, he continued. It's also the sacred land of the East Sea Dragon race, the graveyard of all the past kings. Xianxia trembled in shock. The tombs of the past dragon kings of the sea race were definitely supreme existences, and it was hard to imagine that outsiders were allowed to enter. Now you know why everyone is against it, Guangxin said. Why did you choose me? Xianxia asked in shock. I'm an outsider, Guangxin said. That's because only the kings of the East Sea or the dragon guards who guard the Rainland can enter the Rainland. The rest of the powerful cultivators, even those at the peak of the 9-star level, are only qualified to be buried there after death. The Rainland is a sacred place that no one in the clan can invade. So, an outsider can invade me? Xianxia asked in confusion. What? Of course not. Guangxin shook his head. However, there was a restriction specifically targeted at the descendants of dragons in the rain. Any descendant with the blood of the first dragon would be greatly suppressed when they entered. And most importantly, you're a 9th-tier alchemist, which is why you and Bo Yuqing are completely different from others. In the entire Eastern Sea, apart from the royal family, it's impossible to find anyone who can cultivate both martial arts and martial arts at your level. Must I be an alchemist? Xianxia asked. Do I have to be an alchemist? Guangxin nodded and said, That's right. It's because I want you to go to the Rainland to take out two things, and we talked about it before. They were the first dragon's blood essence and the dragon-shaking hammer. The dragon-shaking hammer was the thing that suppressed the dragon clan in the Rainland. These two items are the most precious treasures of the East Sea. Unless I have no choice, I won't let you enter the resting place of my ancestors. I'm afraid these two things are related to the big event in East Ocean, Xianxia said. I understand that the blood essence of the first dragon should be the blood of the dragon child. Does such a divine item really exist in this world? I won't hide it from you, Guangxin said. I'm not sure if the blood essence of the first dragon exists. But do you know why the dragon ancestor's tomb was chosen to be at the place where the rain gathered? Xianxia was an alchemist and had a wide range of knowledge, so he immediately understood what was going on. 10,000 raindrops have gathered to preserve the corpse from decaying. Guangxin's eyes flashed with a sharp light and he said, As an alchemist, you should know more than I do. Can the place where the rain gathers really keep the corpse immortal for 10,000 years? His eyes were fixed on Xianxia, as if he was eager to know the answer. Those are just records, Xianxia said with a wry smile. No one knows if it really has such an effect. But if it's the real Ing Luo... He suddenly stopped talking, and the two of them looked at each other. Yunxiao's eyes were filled with shock, while Guangxin's eyes flickered with excitement. Yunxiao licked his dry lips and said with great difficulty, If it's true, doesn't that mean that there's a complete corpse of a true spirit? This deduction shocked him. If it was true, this was definitely the greatest wealth in the entire heavenly martial arts realm. and its value was not below that of a transcendent-grade profound-level weapon. "I'll leave this matter to you to verify," Guangxin said with a serious tone. Yunxiao's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he said, "As the Lord of the Eastern Sea, you can't enter the Rain Land," Guangxin said slowly. "The Lord of the Eastern Sea only has one chance to enter in his life, and that is before he dies. It's not just me. All the powerhouses above the 9 stars Martial Emperor level in the Dragon Clan have to rest in the rain before they die. That's where our fate ends. However, there is one exception, and that is when you are seriously injured and cannot be treated, you can also pray to open the Rainland." Yun Xiao frowned, as if he had heard the problem. "Pray for it to open?" "That's right." Guangxin nodded. "Although the Rainland is our clan's holy land, it's not under our clan's jurisdiction. Can be said that it's not under anyone's jurisdiction. The Rainland had its own dragon guards. Every 9 stars Martial Emperor and above expert of the Dragon Clan can pray to the Dragon Guards to open the Rainland if they are seriously injured and can't be cured. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I'm no exception. There is an extremely powerful dragon breath in the rain. As long as you don't die in there, it can heal almost any injury." He waved his hand, and a beam of light shot toward Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao raised his hand and made a grabbing gesture. The beam of light immediately spread out in his hand and turned into a light diagram, which was displayed in front of his eyes. "This is a little memory of when I entered the Rainland," Guangxin said. "I hope it can help you." "What?" Yun Xiao was surprised. "You've been in the rain? Then you're the one who ran." "I was indeed severely injured back then," Guangxin said. "I had to recuperate in there for 2 years. After my injuries were completely healed, I wanted to explore the secrets of the Rainland, but I was immediately chased out by the Dragon Guards." Yun Xiao's face darkened as he said, "If even you can't enter, how am I supposed to enter?" Guangxin looked at him and said, "I left a spatial imprint when I came out back then. It's still there after so many years. I've tried to enter that place many times, but I couldn't. But you can." "You really think too highly of me," Yun Xiao said. "I'm not a fool. It's not that I'm looking up to you, but it's the human race's supreme-grade profound artifact, Noah's boat," Guangxin said with a smile. Yun Xiao's face flickered as he said in a cold voice, "Did Bo Yuqing tell you this too?" Guangxin placed his hands behind his back as if he was in control of the universe. He said indifferently, "You don't need to know how I know. You have to know that this is your chance to leave. Moreover, the essence blood of the first dragon is also to make up for the missing rainbow stone." "Rainbow stone?" Yun Xiao frowned. "What's so important about rainbow stone? How can it be related to the life and death of the Eastern Sea?" "What do you think of the spiritual qi here?" Guangxin asked. "Powerful. He's not just powerful. The spirit vein here is extraordinary," Yun Xiao said enviously. "Coupled with the large-scale spirit gathering array, it's comparable to any cultivation holy land in the world." "Don't you feel anything wrong?" Guangxin asked. "Something is wrong?" Yun Xiao's eyelids twitched as he closed his eyes and began to sense. After a few breaths, he opened his eyes and revealed a strange expression. "There's some qi in this spiritual qi. Not bad." "As expected of a 9th-tier alchemist," Guangxin praised. "You can even sense such a subtle change in spiritual energy. The spirit vein here was cold. If it was used for too long, it would cause immeasurable damage to the body. We are not alchemists, and the first generation of our ancestors who migrated here were all poisoned by the cold which is difficult to cure." "I see," Yun Xiao said. "There must have been an expert who instructed you to use rainbow stones to block the eye of the spiritual vein. Rainbow stones are stones of extreme yang, and can dispel the cold qi. Your intelligence and wisdom really makes me feel uneasy," Guangxin said. "What's the use of having high intelligence?" Yun Xiao said with a wry smile. "Didn't I still become your prisoner? I finally understand why Xiao Hong was able to transform into a human. It's because after being stuck in the eye of the spirit vein for so many years, the nourishment it received would allow even the most ordinary stone to become a spirit." "I've thought about it for a long time," Guangxin said. In today's world, only the blood essence of the first dragon is an item of extreme yang, and can eliminate the cold air in this place. As for the dragon-shaking hammer, it's also a legendary item. I'm sure that it's in the rain. This is because the dragon-shaking hammer is a sacred artifact that can restrict the power of my clan in the rain. Lord Guangxian, do you mean that you want me to take away the dragon-shaking hammer, so that you dragons can easily enter the Rainland without being shackled by the restrictive spells? Yun Xiao asked. This matter is not as simple as you think, Guangxian said. You can just get it for me. The rest didn't need to be asked. Once the dragon-quaking hammer is in your hands, it will definitely alert the dragon guards. You need to be mentally prepared. What about the strength of the dragon guards? Yun Xiao asked. I haven't really come into contact with them, Guangxian said. At that time, there was a restriction from the dragon-shaking hammer, so I couldn't sense their power. However, he was at least above a 9-stars martial emperor. There are 4 dragon guards on duty each time, and I'm not sure how many there are in total. Do you think I can escape from 4 9-stars martial sovereigns? Yun Xiao said with a dark face. I'm not going to let you go. If we fight, we'll definitely die, Guangxian said. So we can only take it and escape in Noah's ship. Are you sure I can escape? Yun Xiao asked. Of course not. Even I don't have the confidence, Guangxian replied. It all depends on you. But you're so smart. I still have confidence in you. Fuck you. Yun Xiao cursed. Guangxian laughed as if he was in a rare good mood. Let the owner of Noah's ship come out. Are you leaving now? Yun Xiao asked. Of course, Guangxian replied. Haven't you already fully recovered your strength? Do you still want to drink a cup of tea? All right, Yun Xiao nodded. Give me a few cups of Starry Sky ancient tea. If you can come back alive, I'll definitely treat you to a drink, Guangxian said. He struck out a talisman in the air, which kept growing bigger and bigger in the air, becoming unstable. This is the set of coordinates. Feel it for yourself, Guangxian said unhurriedly. A white light flashed between Yun Xiao's eyebrows, and Yifan appeared in front of the two. After a brief explanation, Yun Xiao said, Feel these spatial coordinates and see if you have the confidence to go over. Yifan nodded. Both of his hands formed a seal as golden light floated around his body. His divine sense seemed to be able to follow the golden light, pushing it away and exploring the spatial coordinates. Yifan had a puzzled expression. His brows furrowed even tighter. The golden light flickered in front of the spatial coordinates and immediately returned to Yifan's body. He opened his eyes. What a strange place. It's not a lost space, but it's also in the realm of heavenly martial arts. I'll try, Yifan said. Guangxian frowned and said, Give it a try? If we don't have the confidence to make it through and draw the dragon guard's attention, our plan will be a complete failure. Yifan smiled confidently. Even if I can't go over, I can escape unscathed. I will not be discovered. Oh? Noah's ship is like thunder in my ears. I finally have a chance to see its power today. Guangxian's face flashed with surprise as he indifferently said. Yun Xiao sighed in his heart. Yifan was still too young, and he had exposed the magic of Noah's ship at once. The more powerful they were, the more dangerous it would be. Yifan didn't realize this. He made a hand seal and the warship slowly flew out of his body, turning from illusionary to solid. It was golden in color and shone with a bright light. The golden battleship kept spinning in front of the spatial coordinates, emitting thousands of runes that danced in the sky, forming a huge array talisman that seemed to be connecting the passage. Both Yun Xiao and Guangxian watched Yifan's every move and Noah's ship's every change without blinking. According to the records, after the battleship was built, Yinantian tried to enter Mount Meru with a group of powerful cultivators, but they failed. Therefore, although Noah's ship had the great power to travel through space, Yun Xiao had never had much hope. In addition, Yifan's ability was a world's difference from Yinantian's, so he did not dare to try it in the abyssal prison. The runes that filled the sky quickly gathered around the spatial coordinates and condensed into a complicated array. It became quiet, so the light and shadow suddenly stopped. Yifan was overjoyed. He smiled. It's connected. No problem. Guangxian's eyes widened as he asked. Yifan gave a thumbs up and said proudly, "No problem." Yunxiao's face was filled with mixed emotions, and it was difficult to grasp his inner thoughts. He just sighed and said, "Let's go," he said. Yifan nodded and his hand seals changed. The two of them turned into a ray of light and flew into the battleship, heading towards the tunnel. Countless golden runes danced in the air again before they were all absorbed into the warship. Under countless golden lights, Noah's ship slowly disappeared from the hull with the two of them on it. The space imprint also dissipated. Guangxian stood alone in the cold hull. After the light disappeared, his face was as cold as ice and became gloomy. Shwa shwa shwa. Countless bubbles suddenly appeared in front of Guangxian and gathered in one place. Gradually, a purple jade carriage appeared in the water bubble. It stopped quietly in the hull, and the atmosphere was heavy. "Lady Z, I knew you wouldn't be able to sit still and would come to me," Guangxian suddenly chuckled. "Humph." Madame Z's cold snort came from the purple jade condor carriage. "Stop pretending to be calm. Guang Yuan is not dead. If you could sit still, why would you need this human to take the dragon-shaking hammer? However, did that thing really exist? I'm afraid that even you can't be sure." "The dragon-shaking hammer definitely exists," Guangxian said. "The dragon-subduing enchantment in the entire Rainland is used for this. What I'm worried about now is the blood essence of the first dragon. If I can't find it, how am I going to suppress the extreme cold spirit vein in this place? It's indeed hard to find yang attribute treasures, especially in our 4 seas, Madame Z said. Yang attribute treasures are very rare. I'm afraid we'll have to make a trip to the mainland. That's why I'm continuing to send more troops to the heavenly martial continent," Guangxian said. "If there's no sure long blood essence, the human race will have to offer an extreme yang treasure. Human alchemists are terrifyingly powerful," Madame Z said. "They can even refine a supreme-grade profound-level weapon, so it's not a problem for them to refine an item of extreme yang. However, even if that Guang Yuan did not die, he should have lost more than half of his cultivation. Even if his cultivation base is not crippled, his progress over the years is limited. If we join hands, is there a need for a divine item like the dragon-shaking hammer?" Guangxian's eyes exploded with a terrifying cold light. The powerful aura from his body spread out in all directions, shaking the purple jade carriage until the defensive light on it lit up. Giggle, giggle. A burst of impudent laughter came from within the purple jade condor carriage. Her voice was filled with endless charm, seemingly out of place from her dignified and luxurious appearance from before. "So many years have passed, yet you're still so unconfident." Guangxian's hair fluttered under the fluctuation of vital qi, making him look extremely angry. He shouted, "Shut up! What would a woman like you know? Guang Yuan used decades of effort to refine it, and according to Bo Yuqing's intelligence, he will soon recover to his previous peak strength, and even break through a step further." Lady Z's laughter was interrupted by Guangxian, but she did not get angry. Instead, she said slowly, "I've heard that no one knows how strong he is. Even if he has really reached the peak of the martial supreme realm, don't forget that you are the Lord of the East Sea now. Do you think he can be stronger than the Demon Master if you gather all the experts to attack him?" Guangxian snorted. "The East Sea seems calm, but undercurrents are surging. Not to mention those reclusive superclans, even if it's you 6 families. How many of you are truly loyal to me?" Lady Z sighed and said in a soft voice, "I don't know about the others, but do you still not understand my heart? If not for you, how could I have betrayed and plotted against Guangyuan? Now that he knows that Guang Yuan is still alive, he's the first to appear to help you solve your problems," Guangxian said coldly. "If you had not betrayed Guangyuan and turned to me, how would you have the status and power you have today? If Guang Yuan was not dead, how would you be able to sleep peacefully? Don't be so pretentious in front of me." Guangxian did not buy it at all. He paced around the palace with his hands behind his back and said, "Make the necessary preparations. I'll set off at any time when I need you. Now, Ingluo, you're really a bad person." A teasing laughter rang out from within the purple jade condor carriage. It was incomparably reverberating throughout the spacious hall, causing everyone's mouths to go dry. A pure white hand stretched out from behind the bead curtain in front of the carriage and rolled the curtain aside. A delicate little foot also stretched out, and a yellow and red embroidered shoe was about to step on the ground. "Now, get lost immediately," Guangxian said coldly. His voice was very soft, but it was like a thunderbolt to Lady Zi's ears. Her entire body trembled, and her foot, which was about to land on the ground, froze. "What did you just say?" Lady Zi shrieked in anger. She was furious. "This is the palace of Donghai. Show some respect, Madam Zi," Guangxian said coldly. His voice was filled with contempt and disdain, as well as a trace of sternness. Lady Zi felt a chill in her heart when she felt the sharp aura. All her anger was instantly swept away. The expression on her pale face changed. In the end, she withdrew her small foot and put down the bead curtain. Goo goo goo. A large number of bubbles appeared outside the purple jade carriage, turning the surroundings white. Lady Zi's emotionless and cold voice came through. "I will do my best to help you kill Guang Yuan, but I will also remember your heartlessness today." The large number of bubbles gradually disappeared, and the chariot was no longer in the hall. "Humph!" Guangxian snorted disdainfully and strode outside. Soon, the hall was empty. After Yunxiao and Yifan entered the spatial tunnel, they were surrounded by nothing but Noya's ship, which was emitting a golden light and shuttling through the void. Yifan's body was covered in golden light. It was as if he was one with the warship. Yunxiao carefully observed Yifan. He could feel his primordial energy flowing rapidly through his body. But Yifan's condition was indeed very strange. The strangest thing was that he could not see his cultivation level. Even when Yunxiao activated the power of the lunar pupil, he could not see through Yifan's strength, which shocked him greatly. "We're here," Yifan suddenly said, his eyes opened. A white light flashed in front of Noah's ship, and before Yunxiao could react, he rushed over. Voila! All the darkness and white light disappeared, and a picturesque world appeared in front of him. Green mountains, green water, ancient trees, and the sound of water. The surrounding light was reflected by the white mirror, and it was a little glaring. Upon a closer look, one would realize that the huge white mirror in the distance was actually a waterfall that connected the sky and the earth. It was as if it fell from the 9 heavens, and the sound of water splashing could be heard in every corner. The two of them were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. The entire space was filled with mist. The green mountains and ancient trees below were all immersed in the water, like islands. Those trees were all strange in shape, and most of them were species that he had never seen before. However, they had one thing in common, and that was that they were extremely huge. Yifan was dumbfounded. Is this the rain? Our ancestor had done extensive research into all sorts of strange spatial zones, but he didn't mention anything about this place in his notes. Yunxiao looked around and said, "This place is extremely large, but I don't know where the 2 items are." Yifan also smiled bitterly. "Without a single clue, how can we find it? The situation here is a little strange," Yunxiao said. "You can go back to my Divine Realm tablet first. I have my own way to find it." Yunxiao took out the Divine Realm tablet, and Yifan flew into it. Then, another beam of light flew out and took shape in front of him, which was exactly the same shape as him. Yunxiao smiled wryly. "Can you not change into my appearance? It's too weird to look at my other self." That person was the demonic dragon. He changed his appearance slightly and said, "I'm basically your second soul now. If I don't take on your appearance, what am I supposed to take on?" "Whatever," Yunxiao said. The demonic dragon rubbed its chin and thought for a while before it began to transform. After a while, his body began to become slender, his skin gradually became white, and his face slowly became delicate and beautiful. That figure had yet to fully take form, but one could already vaguely see the peerless grace that could topple all living beings. Yunxiao's body trembled as he cried out in shock and anger, "Change again! Do you want to die?" The demonic dragon rolled its eyes at him and said, "You can't do this, you can't do that. And you're telling me to do whatever I want? If you really can't do it, Xianxia said coldly, you can just maintain your original form. You humans all look too weird. The demon dragon mumbled unhappily. It's really hard on me. He turned around in the air and transformed into Xianxia's demon form, then said, let's make do with this. The demonic dragon looked around carefully. His eyes were filled with surprise, which slowly turned into joy. He said, what a powerful dragon essence. Guangxian did not lie to you. This place is indeed the holy land of the dragon clan. As an outsider, it's hard for you to detect the dragon essence that has settled down after thousands of years. He greedily breathed in large mouthfuls, only to feel an incisive pain and pleasure all over his body. He had the illusion that he could directly turn void into reality and condense a physical body. Xianxiao's eyes flickered as he seemed to be thinking of something else. Hurry up and check if there's anything abnormal in this space. First, find the first dragon essence blood and the dragon shaking hammer. We can't waste such a precious land. The dragon was taken aback when he saw Xianxiao's half-smile. Don't do anything reckless. Countless dragon tribe powerful beings are buried here. Don't be impudent. He was also a descendant of the dragon race. Although he was slightly different from the Four Seas royal clans, the blood that flowed in his body still had the aura of a true dragon. Towards the countless ancestors who were resting here, they all held a heart of respect. Dust to dust, earth to earth, Xianxia said. Even the ancient true dragons were refined into countless dragon mystic treasures and scattered all over the world. The demon dragon frowned. Although he said that, he still felt a little uncomfortable watching Xianxia destroy such a sacred place, so he snorted in dissatisfaction. However, he still formed hand seals with one hand and began to spread out his soul power to sense his surroundings. In just a few breaths, the demonic dragon's eyes widened and he exclaimed, my power is being suppressed. As expected, there's a restriction that specifically targets the dragon clan. Can you sense the source of the power? Xianxia asked. Can you sense it? No, the demonic dragon shook his head. The moment my soul left my body, it was suppressed by a vast force from all directions. I couldn't move at all. What's going on with this restriction? He asked in shock. And who had set this up? If this formation is made into a weapon and used to deal with experts with dragon bloodlines, wouldn't it be able to wipe out everything? Come back to my body, Xianxia said. I'll borrow your soul power to feel it. The demon dragon immediately returned to Xianxiao's body and merged its two souls into one. Xianxiao's body began to demonize, taking on a certain dragon shape. A demonic power with dragon breath was released, and the surrounding space suddenly trembled. A vast force came out of nowhere and, as if it was strolling in the air, clamped down on Xianxia. A blood moon emerged in Xianxiao's eyes, emitting a demonic red light as he looked around. Various scenes kept appearing in the moonlight pupils, filtering everything he saw. All kinds of energy began to show different colors in Xianxiao's eyes. The most powerful one was a golden power, which covered the entire sky like a pot lid. And the power that was restraining him was this golden power. The source of this power, Zhenjin. Xianxiao's pupils constricted, and he immediately withdrew his demonized state. The golden power filtered out of the moon pupil instantly dissipated. The entire space was enveloped by this power, and the dragon power was the pull of this restriction. As long as it appeared, it would naturally be suppressed. Xianxia transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot into the sky with a whoosh, heading straight for the endless waterfall. Boom! The electric beam shot straight into the sky-connecting water curtain with a loud bang, but it was blocked by a force, which forced Xianxia out of his original form and sent him flying back. After spinning dozens of times in the air, Xianxia looked at the water curtain in horror. The force that stopped him was not unfamiliar. It was Guangxian's signature move, the heavenly water elemental. Xianxiao's face darkened as he looked at the waterfall that connected the sky and the earth. Guangxian has indeed come here before and obtained the extremely powerful and mutated water element, the natural water element. However, since the power of dragon is confined here, how did he get the water element? It wasn't strange for a place where rain gathered to give birth to such powerful water-type energy. Xiao made a grabbing gesture in the air, and a stream of water in the waterfall was immediately held in his hand, condensing it into a ball and carefully studying it. The ball of water looked no different from ordinary water, except that its spirit chi was denser. But, under Xiao's moon-like eyes, he found that there was a slight difference in power in it. Pa! Xiao crushed the ball of water and said to himself coldly, "The natural water elemental energy is dispersed in every drop of water and is difficult to gather. However, the area under the sky is connected together and formed a defense. It is indeed a strange place." He raised his hand, and the ice sword appeared in his hand in an instant. A cold light shone, and the golden Maha ancient characters appeared one by one. Sword technique demon slaying. A powerful sword intent burst out from the ice sword, giving off a powerful buzzing sound. A sword light slashed down at the waterfall. Voila! The waterfall seemed to have been cut open, and the sword light was absorbed in an instant, spreading across the entire sky. The opening closed on its own the moment it appeared, as if nothing had happened. "You really dare to make a move? Aren't you afraid that the dragon guards Guangxin mentioned will appear?" The demonic dragon was shocked. "This place should be safe," Xiao said. "The natural water energy can absorb all the power without leaking out at all. And my sword art is like a drop in the ocean in front of the power of heaven and earth." He had a contemplative look on his face. "What should we do then?" the demon dragon asked. "If we can't break through this barrier, we won't be able to find the core of the restriction." Xiao's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed as he smiled and said, "This might be an opportunity. If I can absorb and refine this water elemental energy, not only will I be able to find a way to break through, but I will also have an additional chance of escaping when I face Guangxin again." The demonic dragon snorted. "It's not so easy to collect the water essence. It's too scattered. Unless you collect all the water essence in this waterfall into the Divine Realm tablet. But that doesn't seem possible, does it? I do not know what method Guangxin used." "He can do it," Xiao chuckled. "So can I. If this waterfall were to be absorbed into the Divine Realm tablet, it would also be a vast ocean and difficult to refine." The demon dragon was a little surprised when he sensed Xiao's confidence and relaxed mood. He knew Xiao's means best, but he could not think of any way. Xiao turned over his left hand, and a pure white object appeared in it. His right hand formed a seal and sent out several seals that he pointed at the seal. The white object was a porcelain bowl, a bowl of white rice that he had bought from the Xiankong Island. As soon as Xiao's incantation seal was inserted into the bowl, a halo floated up from the white rice, emitting a 7-colored light, and all kinds of patterns emerged on the bowl. The white rice flew up into the sky and became the size of a winnowing basket. The bowl faced the waterfall. The surrounding spiritual chi began to change, gradually turning into a thick liquid, gathering into a stream of flowing water, which gushed into the bowl. In front of the endless waterfall, the water vapor seemed to be affected as well. It was as if it was attracted by some force, and the flat water curtain bulged in the direction of the white rice. The light around the white rice became stronger and stronger, and the spirit chi liquid in all directions turned from a single strand into a tributary, like 100 rivers and an ocean. In Xiao's lunar pupils, he saw that the spirit chi that had turned into liquid was scattered with sand-like water elements of heaven and earth, which were also being devoured by the white rice bit by bit. "What?" The demonic dragon was shocked. "This thing can actually absorb the power of elements." He knew that white rice could sense and absorb heavenly materials and earthly treasures, spiritual pulse profound level weapons, but the power of the elements spread throughout the 3 realms and among the 5 elements. It was invisible. It was not easy to detect it, let alone to absorb it from the air. "Ha ha ha!" Xiao looked up and laughed. "It's divine grade as expected. I'm afraid even Bo Yuqing doesn't know the magical effects of this item. Otherwise he wouldn't have sold it at such a low price." Back then, he had read through a large amount of information and knew this profound level weapon like the back of his hand. He had even tried to refine one, but it had ended in failure. Back when he was on the Xiankong Island, He could not believe that he was so lucky and had directly exchanged for it with the tyrant body tempering technique. The value of the tyrant body tempering technique was, of course, no less than the white rice, but Xianxia had gained it for nothing. The speed of absorbing the spiritual qi is extremely fast, but the speed of absorbing the water power of this world is very slow. After laughing, Xianxia calmed down. The demon dragon snorted, "Bitches are pretentious. At this speed, it will only take 3 to 5 years to absorb all the water elemental energy in this place. As for the spiritual energy in this place, I'm afraid it will be completely depleted in 3 to 5 months." Although he could not see the speed at which the water energy in the world was gathering, he could sense it through the lunar pupil. Xianxia frowned slightly, as if he was a little dissatisfied, and said, 3 to 5 years? Do you think that Guangxian and the dragon guards are fools? This place was indeed a rare treasure, but he really didn't have that much time. 3 days. Let's just let this white rice absorb for 3 days. Let's see how much water elemental energy it can get. After making up his mind, Xianxia sat down cross-legged. At the same time, he took out the Divine Realm tablet. Like a magnificent monument, it fell directly from the sky to the earth below. Golden ancient characters floated up from the steel, and space opened up, devouring the liquefied spiritual energy below. Xianxia seemed to think that it was not enough, so he set up an array in the air and slapped it down, scattering it around the tablet. All kinds of beast shadows appeared on the array, and they opened their big mouths and sucked in all directions. Spiritual energy continuously surged into the Divine Realm tablet at a speed several times faster than before. The Divine Realm tablet could store all things in it, but it couldn't extract spirit chi from them, could only swallow them in one gulp. On the other hand, the white rice could extract silk from a cocoon and directly absorb useful things. If it was a mine vein, after the white rice sucked out its spiritual energy, it would be directly barren and become a ruin. The demon dragon also materialized out of Xianxia's body. Staring at the white rice, it said in shock, "If anyone were to find out about how magical this item is, they would definitely hunt you down to the ends of the earth." Xianxia nodded. "I understand what you mean. With this thing, you will have all the resources in the world in your hands, and it will be enough to establish a sect." The white rice was indeed a little heaven-defying, but it had a fatal flaw, and that was that it would be full one day. It's not like what you think, it can't be absorbed endlessly. With the speed at which it's absorbing spiritual energy, it'll be full in 3 days. It was also the 3 days that Xianxia had given him. If the white rice was filled with spirit chi, it would not be able to hold the water energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, the extremely dense liquid spiritual energy that filled the sky had become a burden. The demonic dragon heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's fair. Otherwise, this one thing alone would have sucked out all the spiritual chi in the entire realm of heavenly martial arts." Just thinking about it made his face turn pale. Xianxia laughed and said, "Ha! The heaven and earth are in order, and all things are measured. How can such a heaven-defying situation exist? It's against the rules of heaven and earth." "Not exactly." The demonic dragon shook his head. "Your Divine Realm tablet has its own world. Isn't that equivalent to carrying the resources of a realm in a profound artifact? Maybe one day you'll have a great idea and hide all the resources of the realm of heavenly martial arts in it." Xianxia was taken aback. The evil dragon was shocked by his expression and said, "I'm just casually saying, don't have any strange thoughts. The right way is to quickly find a way to get these 2 things and leave this place." Xianxia grinned. He seemed to be unconcerned, but his eyes were shining, as if he was thinking further and further away. Just like that, the 2 of them began to cultivate without any distractions. The demonic dragon's soul seemed to have returned to its mother's body in this rainy space. A vast amount of dragon essence surged over, allowing it to recover at an astonishing rate. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xianxia was the first to open his eyes. After breaking through to a 4-star martial emperor, the amount of spirit energy he needed was another chasm, and it was impossible to fill it in a short period of time. However, he looked at the white rice that was filling up the air, and his eyes lit up with excitement. With this thing in hand, even if he needed 10 times more spiritual energy, he would be able to fill it up one day. Not far away, the demonic dragon was still in the process of recovering. A peaceful expression appeared on its face, as if it was immersed in its own world and did not want to wake up. Xianxia looked around, and a surprised look appeared on his face. The demonic dragon had been greatly improved from its previous foundation. Before it died, the demonic dragon was already at the peak of the martial supreme realm. Its strength was even higher than Yao Jinliang's burial cloud beast. After it died, its soul continued to weaken. Although it was struggling on its last legs in Mount Meru, it still could not withstand the power of time. At this moment, he was in the rain, and the power that had been washed away by time seemed to be coming back bit by bit. It was a rare opportunity, so Xianxia did not dare to disturb him. Instead, he flew toward the white rice in the air. At this moment, the white rice had already turned milky white. The speed of all rivers returning to the sea had also become extremely slow, and finally it gradually came to a stop. All the 7 colored halos were retracted into the white rice, and the dustpan-like size returned to its original size before falling back into Xianxia's hand. Xianxia scanned it with his divine sense and was taken aback by the astonishing spirit qi inside. The density of the spirit qi was almost the same as that of a primordial core. In order to avoid the loss of water element during the refining process, Xianxia entered the divine realm tablet directly. At this moment, the water region was being filled with a massive amount of water that contained extremely high spiritual energy, and it was greatly nourished. The spirit water that poured in formed a small lake, and it was still growing. Xianxia made up his mind. He had left a large number of spatial coordinates in this rainy land, and when he had the opportunity to come back in the future, he would empty the entire place. If Guangxin knew about this, he would be so angry that he would skin him and burn his bones to ashes. Xianxia took out the white rice bowl and threw it into the air. A seal was inserted into the bowl, and the mouth of the bowl immediately emitted a 7-colored light. The entire bowl trembled non-stop, and an astonishing amount of spiritual qi erupted like a volcano. Xianxia was also taken aback by the terrible power. With a thought, he changed the direction of the spurting spirit spring and sent it toward him. "One qi of creation, absorb," he suddenly shouted, and all the pores on his body seemed to open up in an instant. The countless spiritual spring water rushed into his body and poured into him. Gulu gulu! In an instant, Yunxiao's body swelled up, and his meridians expanded several times in an instant, turning him into a fat man. His face was swollen like a bun, and his body turned into lightning, instantly expanding more than 10 meters away. Boom, boom, boom! The surroundings were shaking non-stop as he turned into lightning. Only an expert like him, who had the magical ability of elemental transformation, would dare to do this. Even if it was a peerless expert who had achieved great mastery of the divine body and had a sage body, even the guests and ministers who had opened 4 gates of body technique would not dare to risk their lives like this. As the massive amount of spirit energy poured into his body, it was still expanding. Yunxiao's body gradually lost its shape, and he stopped in the air like a thundercloud. A series of magic arts began to appear on his huge belly. There were green lightning arts and golden divine arts. They floated into the air and formed a large array. The array in the sky was like a spider web, and Yunxiao was the spider. From a distance, he looked like he was hanging on the web. He planned to use his own body as a human cauldron to refine the tiny bits of water element contained in the spiritual qi. The first step was to absorb all the spiritual qi into his body. The white bowl instantly spat out all the spiritual qi it had absorbed in the past 3 days and returned to its original white color. It looked like an ordinary porcelain bowl, quietly floating in the distance. As time passed, Yunxiao's body gradually shrank, but the power of the lightning kept growing stronger. Finally, a few days later, Yunxiao's body gradually appeared. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. His face was as calm as water, but the spiritual spring was surging in his body. His meridians had long been strengthened. Then he formed a seal with his hand and water vapor gradually condensed on his palm. More and more water vapor gathered until it was the size of a fist and stopped growing. Yuanxiao opened his eyes, and he seemed to be dissatisfied as he said to himself, "Only this much." In fact, this refining speed was already shocking, but time was of the essence. "Forget it," he continued. "I'm just studying how to break the mutated water this time. I'll take it all away next time." He spread his fingers and pushed forward. The mass of natural water yuan spread out in all directions, forming a huge plain. It was as thin as silk, as if it was transparent. Yuanxiao gently pointed out a finger, and immediately, 3 objects with different colors condensed under his fingertip. They were the Earth's breathing soil, the primordial gale, and the Phoenix divine fire. The power of the 3 elements turned into a sharp blade and slashed at the water element. Whoosh! 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 Ripples appeared on the water element, and the surface of the water that extended for hundreds of meters was shaking. Yuanxiao carefully observed the 3 marks. The 3 forces were all exerted evenly, and the power was extremely weak, so he wanted to find a way to restrain them. A few days later, Yuanxiao finally flew out of the Divine Realm tablet and stood quietly in front of the boundless waterfall, his face full of confidence. The demonic dragon in the distance received his voice transmission and gradually woke up from his deep thoughts. He revealed a dissatisfied expression and said, "This is a good place, so I plan to stay here for 3 to 5 years. I won't be going with you." "Oh? Are you sure? Can you guarantee that you won't encounter any dragon guards in the next 3 to 5 years?" Yuanxiao sneered. The demonic dragon blinked his eyes and begged, "As long as I stay here for 3 to 5 years, my soul will be able to return to its peak. At that time, I will be able to merge with your soul and increase your power by several times. Even if you are facing Guangxian, you will be able to escape successfully. You've always done things willfully, so let me be willful this once, all right?" He revealed a pitiful expression. "Scram!" Yuanxiao shouted. "Get lost! Stop acting cute in front of me. Even without the dragon guards, if we stay for 3 to 5 years, the war between the 2 races will probably end up in chaos." The demonic dragon rolled its eyes at him and said unhappily, "Didn't you always say that even if the sky collapsed, there would still be tall people to hold it up? What does the chaos of the world have to do with you?" Yuanxiao gave him a meaningful look and said, "That was in the past. My strength was still trash. Now, I'm already a tall man, so I have the responsibility to hold up the sky. With great power came great responsibility." The dragon knew that it would be difficult to persuade Yuanxiao, so it snorted in extreme dissatisfaction. But still, it turned into a beam of light and flew straight into Yuanxiao's body, where it continued to cultivate in his soul. Yuanxiao also felt the dragon's strength, and he was also surprised. He comforted him, "Old dragon, after we leave, we can come back at any time. By then, we'll have taken all the good stuff." The demonic dragon's eyes glowed with a golden light as it listened. It no longer had the intention to protect this place, and instead, it was drooling. Yuanxiao smiled faintly, and the ice sword appeared in his hand with a clatter. The air of ice spread out and froze the surrounding space. Countless rules of sword appeared out of thin air, and the Maha-ancient character jumped out. In addition, the power of the 4 elements, including the water element itself, also condensed into strange symbols outside the sword light and fused with the sword intent. "Sword technique demon slaying!" Yuanxiao cried out and raised his sword. A cold light pierced the eyes, and then the frozen water vapor in the sky shattered. The sword chi directly cut into the endless waterfall. Voila! In the midst of the explosion, the place where the sword light had struck suddenly split open. A pitch-black hole appeared, but it did not disappear instantly like before. Instead, it continued to grow larger and larger, pulling apart by dozens of meters in an instant. "You've really figured out a way to break the water element?" the demonic dragon asked in surprise. Yuanxiao gave a long laugh and said heroically, "Haha! Who do you think I am?" He immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and charged into the hole. At this moment, the crack on the waterfall had also been stretched to its largest, and it began to close again, but not at a fast speed. After rushing through the waterfall, Yuanxiao entered another world. As soon as he emerged from the lightning, he suddenly heard a furious roar coming from the sky. "Who is it? You dare to trespass in the rain?" The voice was like the might of the heavens, rolling down and hurting Yunxiao's eardrums. The qi and blood in his body were tumbling. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just cleansed his meridians to make them extremely tough, a few of his meridians would have exploded from this shout. It's indeed the might of a 9-stars martial emperor. Yunxiao was shocked, and he hurriedly turned into a bolt of lightning and fled. This space was completely different from the other side of the waterfall. There were barren mountains everywhere, and it looked desolate. It was like a different world from the fairyland-like environment on the other side of the waterfall. "Humph, you want to leave? Stop and die." The voice shouted again, and a yellow light caught up with them. It brought with it endless pressure, and the already gloomy sky changed color. Yunxiao did not dare to stop. He traveled 1,000 meters in an instant and disappeared into the horizon in a few flashes. However, the yellow light was also extremely fast. It caught up in almost a breath's time and roared, "Stop! If you don't stop, you'll die without a burial place." "Can we live if we stop?" Yunxiao asked loudly as he fled. "Of course not," the man shouted. "Anyone who trespasses into the Rainland will die, even if they are the leader of a powerful clan." "Are you crazy?" Yunxiao cursed. "You want me to stop when you can't live? Are you stupid, or am I stupid?" That person seemed to be startled for a moment. He no longer spoke, but increased his speed to catch up. The distance between the two of them was vaguely shortened. Yunxiao was shocked. He had transformed into a thunderbolt, and he had mastered the thunder art, which was almost the peak of his escape technique, but he still could not shake off his opponent. The person behind him was also shocked and puzzled. He wasn't the strongest of the dragon guards, but he had cultivated an escape technique, so he was definitely the fastest. It was difficult to find someone like him in the entire East Sea, but he couldn't catch up to the person in front of him. In his rage, the man desperately activated his secret technique, increasing his speed and closing the distance between them. As long as one entered his attack range, he would be able to exert the pressure of a 9-stars martial sovereign to intimidate the other party. Yunxiao felt the boundless anger and pressure, so he gritted his teeth and unleashed all his energy. His speed increased a little, and the gap between them widened again. The two of them ran like crazy, and in an instant they had already run far away. The scene in this space seemed to have remained the same, still desolate. "Die!" The man behind him went completely mad. An axe appeared in his hand, and he spat out a mouthful of blood on the axe. The axe absorbed the power of the blood essence and turned red in an instant. He threw it out of his hand and slashed in the air. Boom! The sky trembled, and an unparalleled power completely tore the space apart. The world collapsed. Under the pressure of the torn space, Yunxiao's speed was hindered. He transformed into his true form and was sucked into the twisted space, unable to hold himself back. The countless hills on the ground were turned into dust, sending dust into the air. The entire world was annihilated in an instant. The full-force attack of a 9-star martial emperor was extremely terrifying. The person behind him rushed forward in an instant. He kept his axe in his hand and looked around coldly. His body was extremely short and thick, like a tree stump, but a terrifying aura burst out of his body. His divine sense immediately covered the nearby area to prevent Yunxiao from escaping. Apart from the dust that filled the sky, the entire world became abnormally quiet. A terrifying crack appeared on the ground, and a deep abyss that went straight into the ground appeared. The crack extended for dozens of miles. "Come out!" The man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted, "No matter how you dodge, you'll still die." In order to unleash that terrifying attack, he had to sacrifice his blood essence to the axe while using his escape technique with all his might, causing his vitality to be greatly damaged. He was just waiting to grab Yunxiao and smash his body inch by inch to vent his hatred. "Humph, your concealment divine ability is indeed very strong. But no matter how you dodge, don't even think about living." The man swept his divine sense several times, but did not find any trace of Yunxiao, which made him very vexed. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He knew that the other party definitely didn't escape and was definitely nearby. As long as he stood guard and waited for the other party to be unable to withstand the concealment technique, he would naturally appear. All right, you're awesome. I'll admit defeat. The space trembled, and Xianxia's figure gradually emerged. Joy flickered on the man's face. The moment his voice rang out, his 9 stars martial emperor pressure shook the air, pressing down on Xianxia's face and causing him to fall from the sky and crash into the ground with a loud boom, unable to move. Ha ha ha! Let's see where else you can run to. The man appeared next to the deep pit in a flash, staring at Xianxia with a cold and mocking look, his eyes filled with killing intent. Xianxia's face turned pale as he said in fear, "You? Who are you? Who am I? Humph! Since you dare to enter the rain, do you still not know who I am?" The man seemed to be sneering and said proudly, "I am one of the dragon guards guarding this place, Guangquan." "Guangquan?" Xianxia asked. "You're from the royal family of the Eastern Sea. You're actually a human?" Guangquan's pupils constricted as he said in shock and anger. Xianxia trembled and said in fear, "I accidentally entered this place. I hope your excellency can spare my life." "Bullshit," Guangquan shouted. This place was a top-secret place, and it was impossible to enter without guidance. "Tell me how you came here and I can grant you a quick death." Xianxia's face turned pale as he said carefully, "I can tell you how I came here, but I hope you can answer my questions." Guangquan's face darkened and he said coldly, "What right do you have to negotiate with me? He's just a trash 4-star martial emperor." "I'm weak," Xianxia said with a wry smile. "I have dignity. If Darren is not willing to dispel the doubts in my heart, I would rather explode and die than let Darren obtain any useful information." Guangquan was furious. His expression became uncertain and he shouted, "Under my 9 stars emperor pressure, you're just an ant that can't even move. What right do you have to talk about suicide? However, I'm a merciful person, so I'll give you a chance. Go ahead and ask." Xianxia chuckled in his heart. These dragon guards were just as he had expected. Although they were strong, they were all simple-minded, and he could easily trap them with a simple trick. As for the emperor pressure that made him unable to move and the fear on his face, they were all just an act. The dragon guard in front of him only had the strength of an early-stage 9-star martial artist, and his strength had already been reduced by the previous blow of the axe. If he released all the people in the Divine Realm tablet, he might have a chance to fight. "Are you from the royal family of Donghai, my lord?" Xianxia asked. Guangquan furrowed his brows as if he had not expected Jiang Chun to ask this question. Although he was not happy, he still explained with a snort. The so-called royal family of the Eastern Sea was the name given to the 4 seas by the sea gods several 100,000 years ago. "I'm also a descendant of the dragon, just like the current royal family of Donghai. This rain land existed even before the sea god was inflate," he added after a pause. "I see." Xianxia nodded in secret. If the body of Shilong was here, then the existence of this land of rain could be traced back to the time when ancient true spirits dominated the world. "How many dragon guards are as strong as you, my lord?" "The dragon guards are passed down from generation to generation. There are 17 people in this generation, and 9 of them can defeat me at the moment," Guangquan said. Xianxia was taken aback. The strength of the dragon guards was too heaven-defying. There were as many as 10 9-stars martial emperors. Even Guangxian probably didn't know about this. "Dragon guards, why are you protecting the rainy land?" he continued to ask. "With your strength, you should be able to run amok in the world and dominate a region, right?" Guangquan was stunned for a moment before he shouted, "Since you're a dragon guard, your life's duty is naturally to protect the rainy land. There's no why. Don't you think you're asking too many questions?" "I have one last question," Xianxia said with an embarrassed smile. "I'll ask you one last question. Does this rain land have the first dragon's blood essence and the dragon-shaking hammer?" "What?" Guangquan's expression changed drastically as he roared in rage. "So you actually came for these 2 things? You dare to covet these 2 things? You deserve to die." "Die." he shouted, and his aura surged out. The dragon power condensed into a storm that blew around him. Xianxia finally understood that these two things did exist. It's also the power of dragons, but why isn't this person suppressed by the restriction? The demonic dragon asked in shock. They must have a way to resist the power of the restriction. Now, tell me how you came here, and I'll cut off your head with my axe. Guangquan's face was gloomy as he slowly lifted the axe in his hand. Xianxia trembled with fear. Suddenly, his face lit up with joy as he stared behind Guangquan and cried out, "Poseidon, save me!" What? Guangquan's entire body trembled as he hurriedly turned his head around in horror. All he could see was the desolate mountains. Where was the person? Xianxia jumped up from the ground in an instant. He had already performed a sword incantation, and the moment Guangquan turned his head, he slashed out and completely broke the pressure of a 9-stars martial emperor. Then, he turned into a thunderbolt again and fled hundreds of meters away. "Ah! You should die!" Guangquan was stunned for a moment before he immediately realized that he had been tricked. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He also used his escape technique to catch up. The two of them once again began to chase each other in this space. After running for a while, Xianxia frowned. He could not go on like this. His opponent was much stronger than him, and he must have run out of primordial energy first. In the end, he would not be able to escape the battle. Moreover, there were 11 dragon guards here, and 10 of them were above 9-stars martial sovereigns. Who knew if they would encounter a few more? With a thought, he immediately fled to the ground and hid in the mountain. Guangquan's eyes widened in joy. "Ha! Can't run anymore? This time, I'm going to skin you first, then slowly torture you to death." Boom! He also landed directly, his feet touching the ground, shaking off half of the mountain peak. This place was filled with small hills, like a giant tomb, situated on the vast land. Although they were all gathered together, they all seemed a little lonely. Guangquan scanned the area with his divine sense, but he still could not find Xianxia. Is there any meaning in using the same method twice? It's just struggling on whilst at death's door. Whoosh! A beam of light flashed from the distance. It was Xianxia's thunderbolt, and it shot toward a mountain. Humph! Guangquan snorted coldly and caught up with him in the blink of an eye. With a loud bang, Xianxia crashed into a mountain and rushed into it, leaving a hole in it. Ha! You're looking for death. The giant rocks in the mountain continued to crack, which greatly hindered the escape technique. Guangquan was overjoyed and suddenly rushed into the hole. The scene inside gave him a huge shock. He instantly passed through a ray of light and suddenly had a bad feeling. He immediately realized that the situation was not right. He had actually entered a world with a clear sky and a bright sun. Under the rays of the sun, he could not help but cover his eyes with his hands. In the deep-sea space, he had never felt such bright sunlight before. He felt his eyes go blind, and only opened them after a while. This is Wufu. Just as Guangquan was in complete shock, the huge rock on the mountain was still collapsing and shooting out streams of light. Boom, boom, boom. The entire mountaintop was completely blown up, and countless rocks were turned into dust that scattered in the air. A majestic monument stood tall on the ground. Xianxia's figure appeared in front of the Divine Realm tablet. With a smile on his face, he said to himself, "I can play with him now." He took a step forward and entered the tablet. What is this place? What's wrong? Guangquan shouted vigilantly when he saw Xianxia, his face full of anger. "It's up to you where you are," Xianxia said. "It's up to you." "It depends on me?" Guangquan furrowed his brows, clearly not understanding. He shouted, "What do you mean? Don't try to play tricks in front of me. Let me take you down obediently and I'll grant you a quick death." "I mean," Xianxia said with a smile in his eyes, "if you cooperate obediently, this will be your home. If you're not honest, this place might very well be your grave." "Haha, nonsense. Let's see what else you can do after I cripple you. Break your legs and tear your mouth apart." Guangquan laughed out loud. With a wave of his hand, the The sound of an axe could be heard in the air. A short axe was caught in his hand. He snorted in disdain and chopped down. Boom! The sky trembled, and the sharp axe light flickered in the air, creating a black spatial crack. Yunxiao's lips curled into a sneer as he took a step forward and threw a punch. The might of the fist was impressive, and it caused the space to explode. Countless laws were condensed under this fist, and the golden fist radiance was as solid as an iron bucket. Bang! With one punch, the battle axe was directly blown away. Guang Quan's originally sneering expression suddenly became twisted. His two bell-sized eyes widened and he said in horror, "What's going on? How is that possible?" There was no time for him to think. Yunxiao took another step forward and used spatial bending to come directly in front of him. He clenched Guang Quan's right shoulder with his left hand and punched him in the stomach with his right hand. This move was exactly the same as a normal gangster's fight, but Guang Quan was shocked to find that he could not dodge it and took the punch head-on. Bang! His belly instantly deflated, and a burst of energy broke out from his back. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was still filled with disbelief. Illusion. This must be an illusion. It's rare for me to have an illusion. Enjoy it. Yunxiao patted him on the shoulder with a smile, then rained down his fists on him, each of which made him cough up blood. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of explosive sounds, over 100 punches had been thrown at him. Guang Quan was already bruised and his face was swollen. His internal organs were all ruptured, and there was no intact skin on his entire body. Huh? As expected of the dragon descendant of a 9-stars martial emperor. He's still alive after being hit like this? You're quite strong, young man, Yunxiao praised. You didn't embarrass your dragon clan. But your eyes are still filled with killing intent and unwillingness, he said with a chuckle. It seems that you haven't had enough. Bang, bang, bang. Without waiting for Guang Quan to speak, there was another burst of heavy rain. Guang Quan's entire physical body was destroyed, and countless wounds burst open on his body, blood spurting out. He was completely stunned. The intense pain that came from all over his body told him that this was not an illusion at all, but that he was really being beaten. How could this be? Where was this place? What's going on? Guang Quan's eyes were swollen and full of blood and tears. His vision was blurry and he couldn't see anything clearly. There were only the shadows of fists falling from the sky, hitting him until he was completely at his wit's end. He fell straight down from the sky, and a huge square metal block suddenly appeared out of thin air where he was about to land. Bang! Guang Quan's head hit the metal block directly, and blood spurted out a foot high again. He was in so much pain that he almost fainted. Yunxiao landed directly in front of him and said indifferently, "Lord Guang Quan, I'm very curious about the matters between the Dragon Guards and the Rainland, and I'd like to have a good chat with you." Guang Quan's head was groggy and he was in excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth so hard that he almost broke them. "Even if I die, I won't tell you anything. The other Dragon Guards will definitely help me take revenge." Die? Don't be so pessimistic, Yunxiao said gently. You're going to die from a little setback. If Lord Guangquan doesn't cooperate, I'll have to search his soul. His voice was very gentle, but it was like thunder in Guang Quan's ears. He said in fear, You are an alchemist? I'm a 9th-tier alchemist, Yunxiao said with a smile. I specialize in soul-searching. Guang Quan was scared this time. His face that was covered in blood turned from pale to ashen. He said in a trembling voice, So what if you search my soul? I'm a 9-stars martial sovereign, and I have an extremely powerful dragon soul. Even a 9th-tier alchemist will die from the backlash. Oh? Are you sure? Then what are you afraid of? Yunxiao ridiculed, his cold eyes flashing with a demonic light that sent a chill down Guang Quan's spine. Although martial artists did not fear death, the thought of their soul being destroyed and becoming an idiot still made them feel unusually terrified. Don't spout nonsense. Guang Quan mustered up his courage and said angrily, How am I afraid? He opened his eyes in anger and glared at Yunxiao, but he suddenly saw a pair of demonic blood-red eyes. His brain buzzed, and he lost consciousness. Even in the Divine Realm tablet, Xianxia was still very afraid of soul-searching a 9-stars martial emperor. He had done something similar in his previous life. At that time, even with the peak power of Tao of Sorcery, it was still very dangerous for him to search the soul of a 9-stars martial emperor. If he was not careful, he would suffer a backlash and be seriously injured or even more. The dragon soul was the race with the strongest soul power among all living beings. The fact that the demonic dragon had survived for countless years was the best proof. Therefore, he didn't dare to search Guangquan's soul unless he had no other choice. He only used his strength and words to break his strong self-confidence and self-esteem one by one. Then, he used his eye technique to capture his mind and force an answer out of him. Does the first dragon's body and the dragon-shaking hammer really exist in the Rainland? Guangquan's body trembled violently, and a look of struggle flashed in his eyes. Obviously, these two problems were too serious. Even in a situation where one's mind was shaken, one could not help but resist. However, he was still no match for the power of the moon eye. Guangquan's struggling expression gradually calmed down and he said, "Yes, it really exists." Xianxia's pupils constricted, and his face was filled with horror. If the progenitor of the Eastern Sea royal family really left behind a body, it would be the body of the 10 Directions divine realm. Moreover, he was not an ordinary godly state expert. Where are these two items? Xianxia pressed further. Guangquan struggled again, but this time, he was quickly suppressed by Xianxia. The dragon-shaking hammer is the eye of the dragon-sealing array. The ancestor's body is at the end of the rain, the end of the sky. Xianxia frowned. The answer was too abstract, so he quickly asked, "Where is the dragon lock spell? Where is the end of the sky?" Guangquan said, "The dragon lock spell is in the center of the rainy space, and the end of the sky is in Bayan." Suddenly, his body trembled and he came to his senses. His eyes widened and he roared, "Just kill me! I won't say anything." Knowing that he had already sold out part of the information, Guangquan was extremely agitated and struggled with all his might. Xianxia sighed. He knew that he could no longer perform soul catchers in a short period of time, but as long as this man was in the Divine Realm tablet, he would dig out everything he knew sooner or later. A beam of light flashed out of thin air, and Xianxia disappeared from the steel and returned to the rain. How do we find the central part of the rain space? Xianxia rested his chin on his hand and looked at the endless space with a troubled look on his face. And both of these things are extremely important. I'm afraid there are experts guarding them. It's going to be troublesome. The importance of these two items could be seen from Guangquan's expression. No one would believe that it was not guarded by a 9-stars martial emperor. The moon eyes emitted a demonic light and began to look in all directions, hoping to find some clues. Under the moon eye's gaze, all kinds of strange lights could be seen on these mounds. They continuously seeped out from within and dissipated into the sky. These mountain ridges. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Xianxia's forehead as he cried out in surprise. "It really is a grave!" He looked up in horror. The mountain mausoleum extended endlessly, and only the dragon clan's 9-star martial sovereigns and above could be buried here. How many were there? Xianxia swallowed with difficulty. When he thought of the Rainland, which had existed since the era of the ancient true spirits and had been accumulated over countless years, he gradually felt relieved. If these countless dragon corpses are immortal and don't rot, then... Xianxia was taken aback by his own thoughts and kept shaking his head. Just now, he had broken open a mountain mausoleum and set up a trap to make Guangxuan walk into the trap. He had not seen any corpses in the mountain mausoleum. It was clear that not all the dragon clan's powerhouses' corpses were immortal. The vast majority of them must have turned to dust. That's Ing Luo. His moon eyes were constantly analyzing the scene before him. Suddenly, he stopped and looked in a certain direction. Xianxia had a strange look on his face as he frowned and said, "Dragon guards? It doesn't look like it." There seemed to be a human figure flashing in the distant mountain mausoleum. His traces were hidden extremely well. If he had not used the moon pupil, he would not have discovered it at all. If it's not the dragon guards, then did someone else come in? Xianxia thought it was unlikely, so he said to himself, could it be that some other heavily injured dragon tribe powerful being has come in to recuperate? That's not right. Guangxian's spatial coordinates were on the other side of the waterfall. This should be the resting place of all the dragon ancestors. No outsiders should be able to enter. His curiosity was piqued. With a flash, he teleported and disappeared. In the next moment, he was hundreds of meters away and disappeared in a few flashes. Behind the hill, a man in gray was moving forward at a strange speed. The man's movement technique was extremely brilliant, constantly shuttling between reality and nothingness. Moreover, that gray robe seemed to be made of a special material that could hide his tracks extremely ingeniously. Xianxia, who was hiding in the dark, was a little surprised. The man's figure seemed familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen him. But looking at this person's appearance, he was definitely a spy. It seemed that this rainy place was not an extraordinary place. Not only him, but anyone could come in here. He silently followed behind the man and continued to move forward. The man seemed to have a positioning profound weapon like an astrolabe in his hand. He changed his direction several times as he moved forward and finally stopped on a flat ground. Xianxia was behind him, so he could not see his face or movements clearly. He could only see a faint light, as if he was setting something up. The man had stopped in the middle of two hills, on a very wide flat ground. There is indeed a reaction. Yes, this is the place. The man let out an ecstatic sound, as if he had found the right place. He began to draw some kind of array on the ground. The array was extremely large, with a radius of more than 100 meters. Xianxia watched him quietly. The gray robe did have a magical effect. Not only could it block divine sense, but even his moon eyes could not see the man's true face. After an hour, thousands of lines appeared on the ground, dazzling everyone's eyes. There were thousands of formations in the world, and even the king-level expert Teng Guang did not dare to say that he knew all of them. However, for these experts, they could at least see through the effectiveness of the formations with a single glance. After pondering over it carefully, Xianxia immediately understood that it was a space-connecting array, and the man's purpose seemed to be to go underground. The flat land in front of him was extremely large, and the surrounding hills were indeed quite far away. It seemed that there should be something below. Xianxia could not help but frown. There were tens of thousands of hills in the cemetery, so how did the other party find this place among the numerous tombs? At the very least, the other party must have an unusual understanding of the Rainland, or had top-secret information. The formation glowed and shot ten-some meters into the air, apparently controlled by the gray-clothed man to avoid the dragon guard's detection. Then, the man's body emitted a gray light, and together with the light of the array, he gradually disappeared before Xianxia's eyes. Xianxia's face darkened. He walked out of the void and teleported to the array. The countless array lines on the ground began to move like earthworms, drilling into the ground. In the blink of an eye, the countless lines disappeared and the ground returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. That's a brilliant technique. Who is this man? Xianxia muttered to himself. And why did he enter this place? Curiosity killed the cat, and he couldn't resist the itch in his heart. In addition, that figure indeed had an influence on him, so he must have seen it somewhere before, but he just couldn't remember. A silver light flashed in Xianxia's hand, and a diamond-shaped object suddenly appeared, its entire body emitting a white silver light. This was the profound level weapon that he had refined from the skeleton of the Silver Spirit's Gui Ling after killing him in the abyssal prison. At this moment, Xianxia had great confidence in breaking the yin and yang dust array and escaping from the underground abyss. In addition to Noah's ship, he also had the space-breaking shuttle he had just refined. The Silver Spirit race's innate ability allowed them to travel through the void at will, because their bone armor contained an infinite amount of space-breaking divine power. In the beginning, Xianxia wanted to simulate the power himself, but he could not get the point. In a depressed mood, he simply refined it into a profound level weapon. The space-breaking shuttle was shaped like a sharp prism on both ends and suddenly enlarged in the air. Its entire body was silver and all kinds of strange bone talismans flickered on it. Xianxia turned into a beam of light and flew straight into the shuttle. One of its sharp edges pointed downward and went down into the place where the gray-robed man had disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the entire space-piercing shuttle disappeared, leaving the ground completely undamaged. There is indeed an underground palace. A huge underground space appeared under the ground. It was completely dark. But this ordinary night could not block Xianxia's sight. He put away the shuttle, identified the direction, and then carefully walked forward. This kind of deathly silent underground tomb had been closed all year round, and the air was decaying and still. As the gray-robed man entered the tomb, and since he did not know that someone was following him, he was not as cautious as he used to be. As a result, a subtle airflow was created in the tomb, and Xianxia slowly moved forward in the direction of the airflow. "Ha ha! It's here! It's here!" A burst of unbridled laughter suddenly came from the front, and everyone was completely immersed in ecstasy. Xianxia could not help but speed up and reach the end of the path in just a few steps. A huge tomb appeared in front of him. It was like a palace, but it was facing downwards. In the tomb, the 3 huge dragon skeletons stood still. Although they had been dead for many years, they still gave people a sense of oppression. Xianxia's pupils constricted. The 3 dragon skeletons were of different shapes, and they should also be mutants of the dragon descendants. But they had one thing in common, and that was that they were all golden. "Ha ha ha! Golden Bone Dragon Descendant. As long as we bring these 3 skeletons back, we can complete the last step and usher in a great era." The gray-robed man was so pleased with himself that his eyes were constantly flashing with excitement. His face was finally revealed. It was Yang Yuanshu, who had used a secret technique outside of Red Moon City to kill Ning Qiue. It was Yunxiao's first time seeing this man, but he suddenly remembered something. He finally remembered where he had seen him. When he followed the seal in the guest's body to find the source, he saw an old man and a young man. Although they didn't see their faces, they couldn't be mistaken about their bearing and posture. Yang Yuanshu gently flew up and directly landed on the largest skeleton in the middle. He carefully admired it as if he were looking at a piece of art. Yunxiao was also observing the 3 dragon bones in surprise. The dragon had 9 sons, each of which was different, and the 9 sons had given birth to countless descendants, with hundreds and thousands of variants. However, he had never heard of a dragon with a golden skeleton before. Even from a distance, he could still feel the ferocity and power of the skeleton. Yang Yuanshu took out a cloth bag and threw it out. The cloth bag directly opened in the air and turned into a wind bag, producing a great suction force. Whoa! Tens of thousands of years had passed, but the pride in his bones had never been lost. "Humph! I knew it would be like this." Yang Yuanshu laughed contemptuously. With a wave of his hand, he scattered a white powder that filled the sky and fell like snowflakes. The white powder fell on the 3 skeletons bit by bit, sticking directly to the surface of the glass. Only then did the roars gradually die down, and the dragon's might in his proud bones was completely dispersed. He no longer had that majestic aura. "Rise!" Yang Yuanshu lightly shouted and sent an incantation seal into the wind bag. The absorption power grew stronger, and the 3 golden skeletons finally moved. They slowly rose from the dragon's cave and flew into the pitch-black pocket. Yang Yuanshu was extremely careful throughout the entire process, afraid that he would make any mistakes or damage the dragon bones. Only when the 3 skeletons were all taken in did he heave a sigh of relief and reveal a look of great joy. He waved his hand in the air and was about to grab the wind bag. Suddenly, the space trembled slightly. Yunxiao teleported over, grabbed the wind bag, and threw it into the Divine Realm tablet. Ah! Yang Yuanshu was completely dumbfounded. The changes before his eyes were too mysterious, causing his brain to short-circuit, and he was unable to react for a moment. It was not until Yunxiao's calm eyes stared at him that he realized that he had been robbed. "Arg! Damn it! Who are you?" Yang Yuanshu's eyes instantly shot out flames, as if he had been set ablaze. The duck in his hand flew away, causing him to be so angry that he almost vomited blood. Yunxiao laughed. It's really rare to see a human here. How did you get into the rainy land? Put away your curiosity and return the 3 dragon bones to me. Yang Yuanshu's face was livid, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He could see Yunxiao's cultivation base at a glance, and he also understood that the other party was by no means a dragon guard, which made him feel a little relieved. But at the same time he was shocked and uncertain. That wind bag had been specially refined and had a mutual sense with him. After it was taken by the person in front of him, there was no longer any connection. This made him extremely vigilant. In addition, an outsider who could reach this place was definitely not an ordinary person. At the very least, this meant that the other party had some means he didn't understand. All right. Yunxiao turned and left. Since you don't want to talk, let's meet again. You want to leave? Stay here. Killing intent burst out of Yang Yuanshu's eyes as he rushed forward. A cold beam of light shot out of his hand and pointed directly at Yunxiao's chest. It was a long flute, which turned into sword intent and shot out cold light. Yunxiao turned around and tapped his foot on the ground. His body twisted in a strange posture in the air, and he dodged the sword. What a strange movement technique! Yang Yuanshu was taken aback, and he was even more certain that his opponent was not simple. The flute in his hand transformed into a sword, and a series of sword flowers bloomed like flowers in spring as he slashed at Yunxiao. I'll probably get a bit of money for one more chapter. Everyone, leave your tickets and go to sleep. Your sword intent is not bad. It's beautiful. Yunxiao praised with a smile, but he was also surprised in his heart. He could sense that the other party was extremely strong, but he could not use it in this narrow space. Moreover, the other party seemed to be afraid of him and did not dare to make a big move. Ice appeared on his cold sword as he stabbed forward. The speed of the sword wasn't fast. It was like a casual point, as casual as when he practiced martial arts. But Yang Yuanshu's expression changed drastically, revealing extreme shock. Under his dazzling sword moves, the other party actually saw through his flaws and directly stabbed at his only weak point. Damn it! Bang! The long sword struck the flute from the myriad of moves and jolted Yang Yuanshu away. Yang Yuanshu's face was filled with shock. He saw that his flute was covered in a layer of ice, so cold that it seeped into his bones. He hurriedly activated his vital energy to disperse the cold qi, only to see a deep cut on his flute. This Tao Wu. A feeling of disbelief and pain welled up in his heart. His flute was so strong that it could even destroy gold and jade. It was not under the attack of ordinary sharp weapons at all and could not be damaged by 10,000 swords. But now it was just an ordinary exchange of blows and he was already cut. How could he not be shocked and pained? What kind of sword is this? Yang Yuanshu was also a mystic arts alchemist and had extremely high attainments in the forging of profound-level weapons, so he was instantly astonished. Don't be too curious, Yunxiao said with a smile. You're a man. Yang Yuanshu's expression darkened as he angrily retorted. Return those 3 golden bones to me, and then we'll have nothing to do with each other. Yunxiao's eyes widened in surprise. Return? Don't you think this word is wrong? The golden bones were originally in this dragon's cave, and they don't have an owner. How did they become yours? If I didn't use my wind bag to retrieve it, would you have been able to take it away so easily? Yang Yuanshu retorted angrily. I see, Yingluo. I'll return this wind bag to you. With a flip of his right hand, the bag appeared in Yunxiao's hand and he threw it back to Yang Yuanshu, who found that it was empty. Yang Yuanshu was furious, and killing intent appeared on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, You really want to play with me? This is a land of rain, and you should know that if the dragon guards notice us, none of us will be able to leave this place alive. What a joke, Yunxiao said sarcastically. You're the one pestering me now. If you're afraid of the dragon guards, then leave. The golden bones are ownerless, and they belong to whoever gets them. Yang Yuanshu was so angry that his face alternated between green and white. The golden bones were extremely important to him, and he could not afford to lose them. Moreover, in order to sneak into the Rain Land this time, he had spent an uncountable amount of effort and energy. If he wasted all his efforts like this, he was afraid that he would be slapped to death by his master when he returned. State your conditions. Yang Yuanshu's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. As long as you give me the golden bones, everything can be discussed. He paused before adding, but don't go too far. This is a rainy land after all. If it's too much, I don't mind making the fish die and the net break. I see. Yunxiao laughed. All right. As long as you answer a few of my questions and don't hide anything, I can give you the 3 golden bones. Really? Yang Yuanshu was taken aback. The conditions were so simple that he was surprised. Yunxiao's eyes turned cold as he said, Really? Then ask away. Yang Yuanshu was a little curious. After all, they didn't know each other, so at most, he would ask some questions about the rainy weather, such as how he had come here. Although this was considered a secret, it was still worth it compared to the 3 golden bones. How did you get here? Yunxiao asked. As expected. Yang Yuanshu snorted and sneered. Although the Rainland is a forbidden area in the Eastern Sea, it's no secret. I have the spatial coordinates of this place, and I have no less than 10 of them. As for the tombs of these 3 golden bone dragon descendants, I've also analyzed them long ago. The possibility of them recognizing their existences is extremely high, and everything is as I expected. Yes. Yunxiao nodded and asked, Your master's name? Yang Yuanshu's entire body trembled, and his expression immediately changed. He coldly said, This is not a question you should be asking. I can tell you my name, though. My name is Yang Yuanshu. What's your name worth? Yunxiao sneered contemptuously. If you want those 3 golden bones, you'd better answer my question honestly. You and I are both alchemists, and you should know that my ability in the art of alchemy is no less than yours. Don't try to trick me. Yang Yuanshu was so angry that his teeth were chattering, but he was helpless and said awkwardly, I really can't answer this question. You'd better change it. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he said in a serious voice, I don't need you to tell me. I'll only guess once. You just need to tell me whether it's right or wrong. Yang Yuanshu's eyes widened in disbelief. Don't tell me you can guess who my master is? Haha. This is too funny. Do you think that the sword technique I used just now was my master's? Yunxiao ignored his sneer and said, Qiu Mujie. Yang Yuanshu suddenly sucked in a cold breath, his face pale as he stared at Yunxiao in horror. After a while, he cried out, You know me? You know my master. The coldness on Yunxiao's face faded away, replaced by an unpredictable smile. It's him, indeed. He ignored Yang Yuanshu's shock and continued to ask, What is the relationship between your master and Wei Qing? Yang Yuanshu's entire body trembled as an inexplicable fear welled up in his heart. He shrieked, What did you just say? What nonsense are you talking about? What do you know? His face contorted as his murderous aura spread out and filled the entire dragon cave. Yunxiao smiled and said, Oh? Seeing how excited you are, I think I understand. I'm afraid that Wei Qing and your master's relationship can't be seen in public. He laughed at himself and said, It's no wonder. One is the leader of the holy region. The other is a fugitive who was wanted by the Sea of Soul Formation. It's really hard to be associated with one another. Yang Yuanshu's face was frighteningly contorted as he coldly said, Who are you? I haven't finished my question, Yunxiao said with a smile. I'm not done yet. There's no need to ask. With a wave of his hand, Yang Yuanshu's intense killing intent gushed out, and he shouted, No matter who you are, you're going to die. His body flashed, and the flute in his hand turned into a sharp sword again as he rushed forward. In addition, his killing intent was so strong that he no longer cared about suppressing his strength. He only wanted to kill his opponent as quickly as possible so as not to attract the dragon guards. Bang! 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 The 2 swords clashed once more, and Yang Yuanshu struck out several dozen times in a row, each strike causing great pain to his heart. When he saw the smile at the corner of Yunxiao's mouth and the sword strikes that were as fast as swords, he immediately understood that the other party had done it on purpose. "Wow! You should die!" Yang Yuanshu shouted angrily, but he was also shocked in his heart. His opponent was a 4-star martial emperor, yet he was able to resist the might of a 7-star martial emperor with ease. He suddenly retreated and looked at the flute in his hand. He almost vomited blood and fainted. The flute that had been with him for decades was now full of potholes, and there were dozens of sword marks on it. "Eh?" Yunxiao laughed. "What is your flute made of? So solid." Yang Yuanshu knew that the other party was deliberately provoking him, but he still couldn't hold back his anger. The killing intent in his eyes grew colder and colder as he placed the flute to his mouth and started playing. The sound of the flute rose and reverberated in the entire dragon's cave. The space around them was distorted into all sorts of shapes and forms. Yunxiao felt an extremely strong spiritual power rushing into his brain, and his eardrums hurt as if they had been pierced by a sharp blade. He was shocked. There were very few people who could match him in terms of mental energy. Yang Yuanshu didn't seem to be qualified, but he was able to produce such a powerful flute tune that shook his mind. That flute was probably also an extraordinary item. Yunxiao was not in a hurry. He sat down cross-legged in the air and covered his body with his spiritual power, just in time for defense. When Yang Yuanshu saw this, he thought that his opponent was at a disadvantage. He was instantly overjoyed and began to play even harder. The entire space was under the control of the sound of his flute. The surrounding layers of soil began to collapse, and cracks spread in all directions. Yunxiao was like a small boat, drifting in the wind and rain, but no matter how strong the wind and rain were, they could not capsize him. Cold sweat seeped out of Yang Yuanshu's forehead. If this continued, the tomb would collapse before the other party died. He wasn't afraid of this place collapsing, but he was afraid of attracting the dragon guards. If that happened, he would truly have nowhere to run. 8 notes soul shaking. A cold glint flashed across Yang Yuanshu's eyes. As if he had finally made up his mind, he poured all his origin power into the flute and directly played the 8 notes. The flute suddenly let out countless air-breaking sounds, as if countless sharp blades were dancing in the sky, cutting the entire space into pieces. The terrifying spiritual storm swept directly toward Yunxiao. Yunxiao, who had not moved at all, finally moved, but he only raised his hand and made a hand seal. Ancient Maha characters floated up from his body and formed a spiritual barrier. Bang, 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 bang. The countless spiritual blades transformed from the 8 notes soul-shocking divine ability kept cutting at the spiritual universe god around Yunxiao, but they could not move him at all. Yang Yuanshu's face paled, his eyes filled with extreme shock. Even a high-level martial supreme would not be so confident under his sound wave attack. He was overwhelmed with shock and knew that he could no longer kill his opponent with this move. The flute slowly fell from his mouth, and the surrounding soil began to make a slight muffled sound. Bang, 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 it seemed to be breaking. Suddenly, Yunxiao's eyes widened, and a cold gleam burst out of his pupils. Dang! The sound of a bell that seemed to come from an endless era suddenly reverberated in the dragon graveyard. Yang Yuanshu had just put down his flute and retracted his soul power when he felt a spiritual pressure that was much stronger than his previous one. In his shock, he hastily circulated his soul power again and launched a spiritual attack. Boom! Yang Yuanshu only felt as if his eardrums had burst, and he was completely unable to hear the sounds of the outside world. His mind also became extremely heavy with a bzzz, and he immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood as he was sent flying.